Speaking of AOC, you brought up AOC. She recently appeared on
what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny.
Yeah, that's why. That's why. Let's try that again. Let's try this again. Totally different mood. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday, January 26th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. I hope that you can hear me now. You can hear me now. You can hear me. That is wonderful, wonderful news. The very best. Yeah. I thought I was super pro, and it turns out I'm only like 98% super pro. Oh well. We'll have to work on that remaining 2% because we're going places, chat. This stream, this streamer, this community, we are going places. It's about time. How are you doing? Yeah, thanks everybody who told me that I was muted. That is, in fact, very helpful. And despite the fact that I'm annoyed that I was muted, I'm not annoyed at you for telling me, so thank you. I appreciate that. I would literally have no other way of knowing, so thanks. This music sounds familiar, doesn't it? I feel like we've used it a few times. Sometimes we all forget. Yeah. There's just a series of things that I've got to make happen to make the sound come out the other end. And, yeah, sometimes even having done them before doesn't mean that I don't have to do them again. Anyway, chat, let's not complain about audio anymore. I'm just glad to have you here. I'm glad that you're, we worked those bugs out more than anything. And I am also glad, oh God, I shouldn't say this, chat. I feel like I'm going to curse my luck. Knocking on wood, I do think this might be the last destination. I could be wrong. There's a lot going on here. And there's a lot of interesting stuff that I've sort of dug up. Vadim actually showed me some things that I wasn't even aware of, right? Including another person. I hesitate to typify this person, but somebody I've known from the past who has also had come forward with some experience that she's had regarding Destiny and the DGG community. Why the last? Well, I mean, I think I'm gonna get through all the content today, unless more is gonna come out. Depending on if, yeah, that's true, Claybin. I shouldn't even say it. I shouldn't even say it. Yeah, we talked to Vadim yesterday. Vadim had some interesting thoughts, especially about around Dan Saltman and the upcoming. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, because I'm anticipating, chat, that we're going to be talking about the content nuke sometime early this week. The Saltman Double Down. We haven't even finished that. I should have put that on the bonus content. Like, we did 1 hour of Dan Saltman. And it turned out talking to Vadim was more interesting than listening to Dan, so did some of that. We finally got to see what the Spankologist is all about. We're a little late to the game there, but Silver Lake Spankologist has finally, they won their day. The Spankologist supporters in chat. It's like our eel pit, kind of. Except we actually get the eel pit, unlike Ethan. Moore's Law, says Aroc, is that more content will be forthcoming. You may be right. Destiny either spends some time... Oh my gosh. Yeah, the consequences to Destiny are a little bit less sure. I kind of thought that, yeah, maybe one of those two things was going to happen. Unfortunately, Florida state laws are going to make Pixie's law case a little bit more complicated, if not impossible. But hey, that's why there's social consequences, I guess. As long as those social consequences actually happen, Destiny's community has done a good job at keeping him insulated from some of that. And they even show up in our chat with questions like, in the age of Donald Trump, where the president has been found liable for defaming somebody by saying he didn't SA her. I got to make sure to say it correctly. Unlike George Stephanopoulos, I don't want to get sued here. Right, that's the actual truth, is that, like, he was found in a civil case to have defamed his victim by saying that he did not do what he did to her. So, but yeah, they're using Donald Trump. All right, that's essentially what DGG is saying when they say that shit. Well, they're saying, one, he's not as bad as Trump. Two, we got a new system. It's a new day. There's new rules. So the Trump rules should apply to Destiny. And three, Destiny is so goddamn important. The edgy boy messiah argument. They're literally going into the Vosh. They're digging into the Vosh bag of excuses, right? Our guy is so important. He's the only one who can meaningfully fight MAGA. And so if you want to hold our guy responsible for the shit that he did to other people, you're literally helping MAGA. So yeah, it's like three arguments in one, and they're all bullshit. They're all bullshit. But it's concentrated bullshit. That's what GG sprays at you. Like it's like the manure. It's like, what do you call those sprayers for fertilizer? The spray manure all over everything, but it's concentrated manure. It's manure stacked on manure. But don't make no mistake, it is still manure. Brady's gonna stick around with few consequences. You may be right, Will. Yeah, the judge couldn't even legally say what there's a lot of cult-like reasoning. Dan thinks Destiny's victims were they're Hamas. I never thought of that, Mark Harrison, but you're a genius. That does sound like someplace that they would go. You know, the whole, you know, you did something bad to someone, but it's okay because they're Hamas. Those babies, Hamas, right? The victims, Hamas. Everyone is Hamas, so it's totally okay. My minor internet celebrity will save political... Yeah, Destiny save America, I guess. Yeah, no, so chat, I want to mention something really quick, all right? I have multiple audiences for this live stream. One of the audience that is first and foremost in my mind is you, because you're here. You're in chat. Some of you are in chat. Others of you are liking the stream currently. All of you are here and you're supporting me, and that means a lot, right? And you're the first and foremost audience. But there are other audiences too that we should think about at a time like this, right? The audience that has been letting me know that they're not entirely happy is the audience that watches the VOD after the fact. And, you know, hey, if you're that person, leave a comment down in chat. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. And I have heard from some of you. And I do listen to you, even if I don't always respond to comments that I get over and over and over again. But I will say that one comment that I get over and over and over again is, why don't you edit these videos down? I'm interested in your video. I'm interested in the title. I'm interested in the thumbnail. I'm interested in what you have to say. But god damn, do you gotta take 4 hours to say it? Do you understand what this person's confusion is? And I'm not attacking them. All right, if that's you, I'm not mad at you. I understand where you're coming from. You're looking at this as a YouTube video. And it is, after the fact. Like, after I've streamed it, it's a YouTube video. Like, I go on stream, I talk to my chat. See? My chat. I do have a chat. I'm not just making a video. I'm not just here recording a video, right? But it does become a video, right? For you. If you're watching it in the VOD audience, if this finds you through the algorithm, or you're subscribed to me so you get it recommended to you, then you see a video and you're a little confused because most videos do not start with 10 to 20 minutes of music. Most videos do not contain 1 hour of the person yapping before actually getting to address the subject in the title and the thumbnail, right? This isn't most videos. This is a live stream. But I will appeal to any of you who really want to. You don't have to. But it would be really nice, and I think that some people would appreciate having timestamps. I'll see if I can do my best. What should I, like, open another... Okay, I guess I could open another document here and try to... I don't think I'll remember to do it. I'm just being honest. I have ADHD. Timestamps are one way to solve this. The other way to solve this is to have an editor, and I can't afford an editor yet. Editing is hard work. I know, because I edit my own videos, but I'm only able to get you out, I don't know, 2 every month maximum, because I'm always streaming. I'm so busy. Live or live stream? That's an idea, Norwell. Where's Waluigi? That is the question, isn't it? Waluigi got lost in the shuffle. Oh my god. Waluigi is our savior, right? There we go. But I will appeal to those of you who are interested. If you ever want to leave timestamps in the comments, there's a whole bunch of people that would be so appreciative of you. Even if the timestamp is only, say, that the stream starts at 17 minutes. I'm not saying the stream starts at 17 minutes, but, if it started at 17 minutes and 30 seconds, you would type in 17:30. People appreciate that. Can I afford Zara to say hi to you? She may be by. She may come by. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh my gosh, I almost said too much. Irene, maybe you could convince Ethan Klein to edit. Yeah, he is an editor, right? I should get Ethan to edit my... Well, this is genius. I'll get Ethan Klein to edit my videos, especially the ones about him. You're obsessed with this blue? Thank you. Thank you. It's the default color of my butterfly. But I always change it up. I'm VOD game 90% of the time, since I like to listen to you at work or chores or something. Yeah, and I'm trying to, like, I don't know. I could get annoyed by the person's lack of, perception that they're, this is a goddamn live stream. Like, this is a Wendy's, but it's what's the use in it? They're trying to listen to me. I appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate that they want to listen to me. And at some point, chat, I do believe, I will hire an editor when I am rich enough to do that, right? When I can take care of my own material needs to the extent that paying, so it's just a lot, right? Like, I gotta be taking care of myself before I can bring somebody on as, I don't know, is it an employee? I feel like I like the way Hasan, with Hasan, his editors are partners. right? So it's kind of like, I don't know if it's a 50-50 split on the ad revenue or something like that, but he's very adamant about having these people, you know, as equals, right? Not as like, there's not like a Hasan, you know, incorporated in the corporate hierarchy, and Hasan's at the top. No, Kaya's at the top. They're not having to clean Kaya poop, contrary to the claims of one Yomni Park of what happens if you work for Hasan, if you work on his editing team. If you get in trouble and you don't edit his videos right, you have to clean up Kaya poop. Is there actually a dong joke there? There could be. There could be. But yeah, like I said, we've been covering Destiny for quite a while. There's also a lot going on with the Trump administration, if you haven't noticed. He has adopted a strategy of flooding the zone with shit, as sloppy Steve Bannon says. And for that reason, it makes it really hard to concentrate on any one thing that he's done. But I've had my eye on the things that he's done. And the latest thing is that he has released all of the January 6th prisoners, right? All of the hostages, as he likes to say. But, you know, in some cases, like what is it? The leader of the 3%ers has a family that's afraid of him getting out of jail. Like, right? Has actually family members that have petitioned Trump not to let him out of jail because they're afraid that he will be their first stop. Hasan said that the editors tell him how much they want to be paid, and he says, okay. Jeez. Didn't he just buy laptops and say that they can get ad revenue on their channels? Oh, that's interesting, Conrad. So you're talking about the Hasanabi Industrial Complex. Wait, buy them laptops? Maybe. So like, there's one or two channels that are actually Hasan is behind. Hasan owns those channels. I think it's just Hasanabi, and then there's like a personal channel. And anything apart from that is part of the Hasanabi Industrial Complex. So what he's done is he's lifted any sort of claim to copyright as long as the person is clear that they're not Hasan, as long as they, I don't know, abide by a few rules, like, right, they can cut segments out of his VOD and they can put up videos of him. They do their own thumbnails and, you know, they do their own editing and stuff like that, but they make that ad money all themselves. So if it's like, you know, a random Hasanabi complex channel, let's see, which one do I have up right now? I've actually got one up here. Look at that. Oh no, this is the archive channel. I've heard different things. I don't want to disparage this channel because there's a lot of confusion, but there was one channel that was doing some bad stuff. The one thing that I think he really doesn't want his channels doing is claiming other people's videos. Right? I remember there being a problem with that. There was one channel back in the day that did that, and then they kept changing their name, and it may or may not be this channel. Yeah, they can't copyright each other. At least he doesn't want them to. I mean, like, look, unfortunately, the copyright rules on YouTube are ridiculously lax on people wanting to claim copyright, and legitimately hard for people that are subject to those copyright claims. I'll see if I can brush up on my editor skills. Yeah, I mean, I think for now, the thing to do would be to have people, you know, if they want to, this goes for any of you with editing skills out there, if you want to make a channel, try to clip segments and put them up there, I'll go along with it. I mean, as long as you're not making me look ridiculous, right? I'll go along with it. And that means that, you know, you would get the ad revenue. And I'd, even further than that, be willing to kind of use any channels people wanted to make as, like, it's also your portfolio, right? So So like, right, if you made a channel right now, all right, that was like no comment chick, NCC TV or something, I don't know, maybe stay away from the main like branding, but like I'm trying to think of some channel like NCC Clips, NCC Industrial. Like what I'm trying to get some, but if you wanted to make a channel right now, right? The problem that you'd have is that your channel starts off with 0 subs. All right. So it's, you know, you got to make some pretty good videos to get attention. You want to put the, you know, the subjects that everybody's talking about in the headlines. You want to put your Ethan Klein, your Hasan Piker, your Destiny, you know, stuff like that. It needs to be in the title. It needs to be on the thumbnail. But you would be, the hurdle for you to get paid for that would be that you don't get paid until you get 1,000 subs, 1,000 subs, 4,000 hours. So that means that you got to get a lot of viewership before you get paid, right? If somebody was in that situation and they wanted to make a video for the main channel, like I could at least give them half of the ad revenue on that. And that's not much. And that's why I haven't hired an editor, right? Because I don't want to hire somebody and be like, well, here's what the videos make. Okay, you get half of that. I don't feel like that's enough money. I want to take care of people that are actually making videos for me. But yeah, I would be fine with making, you know, allowing people that had shown their ability to, you know, edit my videos in a good fashion, you know, try them out on the main channel with the understanding that that the ad revenue at the moment is not that much. As my channel grows, it'll be bigger. And if any of the videos that I put out like are, you know, happen to pop off, then that could be all out the window, right? Because if you make a good video about a popular subject and there's not a shit ton of people making videos on that subject, that's what like watch time, click through, these are what make a video pop off. And there's nothing saying that a small channel couldn't do that. And in fact, I see small channels do that all the time. I just wouldn't want somebody to come into it with the expectation that they're going to make, you know, a lot of money right off. And that's why I wouldn't want somebody to be like a full-time editor until we'd established that they could, you know, that they were putting out videos that got, you know, a certain number. I don't know. What would it be, chat? 10 to 20,000, I think, is where it starts to really become worth it for an editor, in my estimation. But yeah, I mean, I've thought about a lot of things. Anyway, chat, Clip Industrial Complex strategy is pretty strong. Just saw 500, 3 uploads. 3 weeks is now the low. To get monetized. So Coach Susan, interesting what you say. I think that you can get some level of monetization, but what I'm talking about is AdSense money, right? 0 editing skills. I'll start tonight. So anyway, if anybody wants to do this, the software that I recommend, because I use it and I can help you out with it, give you advice on it, and because it's free, is DaVinci Resolve. All right. You could get Premiere Pro, right? Premiere Pro is the maybe industry standard that is by Adobe, but you know how Adobe works, right? You're paying like a yearly or monthly or whatever. You're paying a fee for Adobe, right? DaVinci has a free version and it has a lot of good stuff on it. It is a little bit, maybe it doesn't quite hold its hand, or does it quite hold your hand as much as some other things do? As much as like, I don't know, maybe Premiere Pro holds your, you know what I mean? Kind of, maybe it's an easier on-ramp. But DaVinci is powerful. DaVinci has color grading, it has audio, and it has a function called Fusion that's fairly similar to what you can get out of something like Blender. So it's kind of like an all-in-one, it's sort of like an all-in-one sort of thing. No comment clips sounds good. Unfortunately, I do have a channel named that. Although if somebody wants to take that name, I bet we could. I bet we could make that happen. You get partner on YouTube. Yeah, you get partner. Wait, you get partner at 500? Are you sure about that, chat? Maybe I just haven't checked on it, but I think what you get at 500 subs is the ability to receive super thanks, maybe? Which, you know, I don't want to get you too excited. If you've got 500 subs, there's going to be a limited number of people that are going to, you know, pay you through a super thanks. And you're a little bit more limited than me doing a no comment chick clips channel, in that I can go live for things like that, and that tends to be where N3C. Oh my god. NC squared. NC Blender. Did subscribe to your clips channel and gaming channel. Yeah, I also need to put more stuff up there. I just like, because chat. So what happened is this, all right? I started off my channel while I was a Twitch streamer, not quite full time. I was actually going to school at the time, and the main channel grew to 1,000 pretty quickly because I was having conversations with people that were, kind of like the Vanguard does. I was having conversations with a lot of well-known people. So I got to 1,000 really quickly, and then I made a clips channel and a gaming channel, and so I was getting monetized. But however, going full time, making enough money to go full time was really difficult, and took me streaming at times as much as Hasan does. Right, Hasan is probably the hardest working streamer in terms of hours that I know of. There may be other ones that I'm not familiar with, but like as far as what I know, yeah, Hasan puts in 8, 9, 10 hours a day, sometimes 12 hours a day, and I did that for a little while. And now we've dialed it back. We've dialed it back somewhat to where I'm doing, I don't know, 5, 6, like between 5 and 8 hours a day. But you know, yeah, I had to work that hard to be able to make enough money. And when I'm doing that much time on stream, there just is not time to, there's not time to edit much. But I do get a couple of videos done every. Anyway, chat, I don't want to bore the rest of you that are not interested in editing or becoming part of the NCC industrial complex. But yeah, no, I'm totally willing to work with people. And more than that, more than just work with you, okay? I'll be willing to I'll be willing to try you out on the main channel if you want to earn some. It'll be a tiny amount of ad revenue, right? But if you want to give it a shot on the main channel, it also gives you a better chance of having a video that pops off because we've already got followers on the main channel. But I don't want anybody signing up as an editor and expecting for like, you know, their pay rate to take off to like a full-time level like anytime soon, because like I said, it's not a lot, the ad revenue. Let me look at an example of the kind of ad revenue that I do. Okay, there's one. All right, so just to give you an example, the video that I put out now, it's not necessarily like a banger video. Like this video did average for me, maybe even a little bit on the low side. But the Destiny is Toast video has earned me a total of $10, slightly less than $10 in ad revenue so far. I'm sure there'll be a little bit more that comes in, but yeah. Oh no, what happened? Oh no, chat, just as I spoke. Yeah, see, this is how precarious the YouTube life is, right? That ad just got limited ads on it. I've appealed it, right? I've appealed to have more than limited ads on it, but that sucker just got limited. Parthenon, thank you for the 5 community memberships. Jessica, here, let me Jessica Shinsky, you just got weaseled. Enslaved by the truth, you just got weaseled. Nikki, you just got weaseled. To Slime, you just got weaseled. Island Square, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. God damn, just as I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's on limited monetization. Let me look at one that's not on limited monetization. All right, so a good video for me is like the Majority Report Fires Back at Anna Kasparian. I uploaded this December 13th. So in the space of 1.5 months, it has made, yeah, about $26. Still not a lot. Still not a lot. And that's what I mean. I just don't want to I don't want to bring, you know, anybody on full-time as an editor, especially to get their hopes up that this is going to be some like giant, you know, I mean, it's barely a source of income for me right now, let alone for an editor. So I got copyrighted because you showed it, because I talked about it. Oh, that's really sweet, Lady Badash. Yeah, no, like, in fact, maybe I'll make a section in the Discord, to talk to, yeah, okay, so what do I need? I need to do a style guide. I can do a style guide, NCC Hive Mind, there we go. NCC's tax evasion channel. But yeah, thank you, Parthenon, for the, memberships, and what does that bring us up to, 15%, look at that. So, yeah, the dono goal has just gone up to 15%. That means it only has, what, 85% more to go before we get some bonus content. What bonus content? The stuff that you're voting for right now. Francesca on Zatea. Francesca on Zateo. That's what I'm trying to say. That is what 43% of the 70 of you who have voted so far have voted for. We got 27% of those 70 going for Emma versus the Vanguard. A friendly argument, but an argument nonetheless. A little disagreement about AOC, you know, how they perceive AOC, what they're expecting from AOC. So they had a conversation, not a mean conversation, not a blow up. They don't hate each other. It's nothing like that. But, you know, they're both honest, good faith actors, and they wanted to talk it out. So that's at 26%. At 15%, at 17%, we have the Shaky Gurga debate. There's a couple of debates, right? Shaky Gurga debated Andrew Wilson and also Don Lemon. I'm thinking we go with the Don Lemon thing because I'm not big on watching guys that literally call themselves Big Papa Fascist, but either of those debates are available. And the new Philosophy Tube / Innuendo Studios collab is also available. That is at 14%. So keep voting if you haven't voted already. This is what determines what wins. The other thing that determines what wins is that when you donate to me, whether it's getting yourself, whether you're getting yourself a membership, whether you're gifting memberships to others like Parthenon just did, or whether you're doing a super chat or a super sticker, that drives our dono goal forward. Also driving our dono goal forward, like raising this percentage, getting us closer to the bonus content range, is when you support me on Throne or you sign up for Patreon. And it also helps when you support me on Twitch, right? Remember, this is where Dan Saltman struck. This is where Dan Saltman, Destiny, and Ethan struck, was at Twitch. And, you know, they were going for this guy. They were trying to get Hasan to be banned. They didn't get that, but they did get every political streamer demonetized. And small political streamers like me really feel like that. So I appreciate those of you who choose to support me over on Twitch, especially, because I don't get paid at all unless you do that. So thank you, those of you that are supporting me over on Twitch. Much appreciation. And remember, whatever kind of contribution you make, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you're supporting, which of these topics you want to put your money behind, and I'll put your money where your mouth is by adding it to the total percentage that it's got on the vote on YouTube. Remember, the vote is on YouTube, so if you're watching on Twitch, you can come over to YouTube and vote. leave a like while you're there because that helps me out greatly, and I appreciate it greatly. And you can also, let me know when you donate where you're putting your money, and I'll turn it into a percentage. I'll add that percentage to the topic of your choice, and you can help the topic that you want to win. Or you can say Vox Populi and help out the voters, right? You'll be, by saying Vox Populi, you're de-emphasizing the donations. By saying a certain topic, you are donating for that topic. Does that make sense? I hope it does, because we're about to get into it right here. We're about to make this happen. Andrew Wilson makes it really hard for me. Oh my gosh. Sometimes chat goes harder than I go. Kind of hope that AOC does run for president in 2028. I mean, there's a lot of questions around this. Like, I sympathize with the Vanguard in terms of their frustration with some of the moves that AOC has made. But also, I mean, when it comes to the Democrats, we don't have a lot. There's not a lot out there. There's a lot of Richie Torreses out there. There's a lot of, do you know that Josh Fetterman put Pete Hegseth over the line? Republican Lisa Murkowski could not even bring herself to vote for Pete Hegseth, but Josh Fetterman could. And and there's a lot of shitty Democrats out there, like right now, trying to make a deal with Trump. So when somebody like AOC comes along, I appreciate that. I do get what Silly and Billy are saying though about AOC, and so I don't even know where I'll come down in terms of this argument. We'll see if that ends up winning. But right now, Francesca Anzateo is in the lead at 42%. Emma and Vanguard in second place at 24%. Shaky Gurga Debate at third place at 18%. And New Philosophy Tube / Innuendo Studios collab at 16%. So just know that that's there. Play some of the Pharma Bros in the Brola. So chat, I gotta know, do you call it the Broligarchy or do you call it the Brawligarchy? Because I've been calling it the Brawligarchy, not to say like bra, but like the reason I say it that way is because it's like they like to think of themselves as brawlig. They like to think of themselves that they're brawlig, so I call it the Brawligarchy. I don't know, just a little extra. Wasn't there reports that Feder? Oh yeah, I think you're right, Conrad. I think you're right about that he met with Trump. Wait, is his name John Fetterman? Why do I call him Josh? You get his name right? His name is John Feder, bitch. Wait, is his name John or Josh? Why am I calling him Josh? His name is John. You know, I was like talking, I was in somebody's stream today, and they couldn't remember Enrique Tario's name, and I remembered it, so like I typed it in chat, but for some reason I put Enrico. His name is Enrique, not Enrico. The Brock oligarchy. Just refer to them as big tech bros. AOC for governor or Senate. Oh, for New York governor or Senate. Yeah, no, people are talking about maybe AOC as a replacement for Chuck Schumer. And so that would take her, getting into getting that that senator slot, or one of the senator slots in New York. It is John. Jesus Christ. Why was I calling him Josh? He's acting like a real Josh. That's why. He seems like a Josh. Josh should be. Oh no. Oh no, Chad. Did I mix them up? Did I mix him up with Josh Shapiro? Wait, and they're both Pennsylvania senators, right? Anyway, chat, I feel like I've been edging you long enough. You know the deal. You know how this works. We're at 15% right now. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, I'll stay on a little longer and I'll do one more segment with you. It could be Francesca, it could be Philosophy Tube, it could be Emma versus the Vanguard, it could be Shaky Gurga. It all depends on how you vote and it depends on when you donate, what you tell me to what you're donating for. So you can tell me that in chat. Oh yeah, speaking of which, what am I looking for? Time to thank Patreons. So my Patreon is set up in such a way that there are perks for it. The first perk that everybody gets is that you get my videos before they come out. You sometimes even get them uncensored, right? You get them before I cut out the F word or whatever. And you get them first, right? So that's one perk. The other perk is the Discord. I just set up the Discord. So now everybody who is a YouTube member or a Patreon or a Twitch sub, you can sign up for the Discord now, right? We got a special Discord. All right, there's the regular Discord, which we'll eventually be moving away from. And then there's the Discord right now. It's kind of a members only at the moment, but I will be adding everyone onto that, to Weasel Cord, right? So you'll get access to Weasel Cord first. I mainly need mainly to try to get the Discord set up correctly, because that is somewhat of a difficult task. But yeah, you can get to the Discord first as well. And at the $5 level or greater, you also get a fancy shout out. So let me do those fancy shouts out now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxby. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Goggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Foul.
But now there are freaking communist invading.
Shouts out to communist invading radicals. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, well I think I've got all my bases covered now, chat, and we can move to the first little bit of content, which is going to be Hasan. So what are we doing? We're going to watch Hasan react to what's going on with Destiny. He mentions Denims. And indeed, Vadim gave me a link to a video from Denims. Denims is coming out with some information as well. So we'll see what the nature of that is from Denims. And then we're going to go to Erudite's interview with Turkey Tom. Erudite, not so erudite. Some people are comparing her to the, like, if Destiny was Epstein, then she would be Ghislaine Maxwell, supposedly, right? So that's who Erudite is. And, she's tried to make a statement explaining her side of the story. Not a lot of people are buying it, but she also interviewed with Turkey Tom to explain her side of things. So we'll take a look at that. And if we have time, we'll get back to the Saltman thing. We'll get back to the Dan Saltman. Also, you can let me know in chat, all right? Because I know some of you are following all the stuff that is going on, and some of you know more than I do. I'm gatekeeping the Weasel Cord? Oh, no. What did I say? Erudite? Erudite has 3 syllables. What was I saying? Was I saying erudite? Erudite? Not so erudite. I mean, in some ways, since her name starts with a negative, we're like sisters. In some parallel universe, I guess, right? Me being nocommentchick and her being not so erudite. I was on Twitch and I saw a Denims stream titled Hasan Refugees. Welcome. Oh, that's weird. Did Hasan? Oh, because Hasan is in Japan, so his streaming hours are weird. That's why. That's why that's up there. Kamala was not successful. Wait. I do think that one reason Kamala lost was because she didn't have enough experience on a second level position like governor or senator before leaving VP in her highest office. I just think that she listened to the Democratic like the campaign staff instead of going with her instincts, right? As far as campaigning, some of her instincts early on were on point. Deflating Trump's ego by calling him weird. That was working. She was doing a lot that was working, right? Even the Tim Waltz pick, I think, was pleasantly surprising. But yeah, no, she just... She just ran a standard fucking Democratic campaign, and that's not a winner. Like, the Democrats, the current, you know, people running the Democrat Party, they're like lifelong losers, a lot of them, right? So they're not the people to listen to. Anyway, let us get to the content that I've been promising you by hitting this button. So yeah, here he is. He's in, Hasan is in Japan right now, and people are asking him about the Destiny situation. Let's see what he's got to say.
It's just like super creepy behavior. And look, a lot of people think like, oh, this is the end of Destiny or whatever. Like,
okay, Random 3PO says both pronunciations are correct, but I think it should be erudite, not erudite. Oh, did I pronounced it with 4 syllables? I say erudite. So that's how I pronounce. Is it not erudite?
I don't think so. I think that he has in many respects always been this way. Okay, and like he's been this way for quite some time, and his core fan base, his core fan base, I think don't really care. They treat everything as like drama. Let's get to some nuclear cringe. There's also some updates on this stuff as well that I wanted to uncover.
Oh my god, Brianna Wu. We got to start off with Brianna Wu. Chat, I don't think I've shown you this yet. Have I shown you this? I might have alluded to it, right? So yeah, I don't know who posted this, but this is Brianna Wu talking to Lavaloon. Lavaloon is a person I don't know much about. They were in the DGG orbit. I think, if I remember correctly, they got some pretty toxic takes on a lot of stuff. Like, right, they're not somebody I agree with, all right? But they come out with Mr. Girl with some accusations against Destiny and just got kind of nuked from orbit. So anyway, this is Brianna Wu talking to Lavaloon, and here's what she says. Lav, what you should really be asking yourself is, Brianna is one of the most well-known experts in America about online abuse. So yeah, it was claiming online abuse and being, you know, kind of silenced a la Gamergate, right? Brianna Wu, who claims to be a victim of Gamergate, despite those claims being kind of questionable, right? Again, the way that I explained Brianna Wu is that if Gamergate was a car wreck or like, right, then people like Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn were in the car. Brianna Wu got into the wreck after it happened. You know, this is her strategy. She's tried to put herself at the scene of that crime and paint herself as a victim, even though I'm sure that she did get some shit from the Gamergate bros, right? You know, but yeah, it's a little bit of stolen valor that she's claiming. It's always seemed to me. So anyway, she's like, you know, ask yourself this. Brianna Wu has been at the forefront of online abuse and women's issues online. Why is she not on my side? That's the question you should really spend some time thinking about. You're not going to get better until you understand that you are the villain. So this is what Brianna Wu's gaslighting her massively, saying that Destiny essentially did nothing wrong and that she doesn't have anything to complain about.
Brianna Wu was popping off, apparently defending Epstein in like the cringiest ways possible. What is this? What you should really be asking is, Brianna is one of the most well-known experts in America about online abuse and women's issues online. Why is she not on my side? That's a question you should really spend time thinking about. You're not going to get better until you understand you are the villain. To be fair, I think the person she's responding to about this is insane. Denims is now, wait, what is this? Denims is now the 4th woman to come forward to accuse Destiny of illegally recording her without her consent. She says that when she refused to have sex with him, he weaponized the illegal voice recordings as a part of his mere campaign to silence her. That's insane. Holy shit.
Like he's still like
I don't understand. A lot of people that were in Destiny's orbit. This is old lore, isn't it? I don't know. Dude, I think people greatly overestimate my knowledge of like all of the daily things that and all of the daily drama that has occurred, and maybe even illegal things that have occurred in Epstein's life. Okay, and
do I have this set?
The problem here is like I'm not that tuned in. I usually try to stay away from all of this. As a matter of fact, my first interactions with Denims was unironically tainted for this reason, because I thought she was like a Destiny orbiter for the longest time. Straight up, like I've told her openly this assumption that I had made. And I just like to stay away from people like that because I don't think that they're, I don't know. I don't think that they're making great decisions overall. But this is old from what I understand. She just talked about it recently though. Yeah. So Diddy Dan calling it quiz defending Epstein. Yeah. The thing is, like, I mentioned this before, but all of the people that
Is it just that shirt, or is Hasan looking extra cut?
have come out that are definitely victimized, all right? According to the things that they've alleged, like there is a clear wrong there and they are clearly victims, right? Like all of those people were so horrible to a lot of people in my immediate vicinity, people of my people who are, pro-Palestine, things of that nature. That still doesn't change the dynamic that they still doesn't change the harm that they experience, and it doesn't change my attitude towards them at all. Now, did you just say Denim slept with you to get to her audience? You to get her audience? That's gross. I have been.
What? Yeah, people say some weird things when female streamers are involved.
I've been in the presence of Denims, I think, a total of like 4 times. That's an insanely misogynistic, nonsensical thing to say. I don't even know if that's actually what DDGs are claiming. Like, nobody deserves.
Oh, I see what they're doing. Yeah, they always do this, right? So, like, because Destiny had this whole, casting couch thing going on, allegedly, they want to imply that if Hasan has friends that are female streamers, if Hasan has people that he's friendly with and people that he raid and people that raid him, then that they must have gotten there in the same way, right? This is just based on nothing.
This experience, okay? Nobody deserves any of this. And my point is, like, people overestimate how much streamers know each other. Most of you are just people that you've met a few times, not like best friends that see each other every day. It's a misconception. Yeah. What is this? Let's see.
Like he has so many victims and he has done this same shtick over.
Look, if you work as much as Hasan does, or even as much as I do, you don't have nearly as much time as you'd like to. There's some cool people out there, right? There's some cool people that I talk to on stream. There's some cool people that I deal with, in social media, and I don't have time to get to know them. I'd like to. But yeah,
over and over again, where he reaches out, or other women.
Denims has been over to your house on stream. Yes, that was literally, I think that was the first time I've ever been in the physical presence of Denims, and she came because Meowry brought her
out to him, who are 18 or
Elon came, Zuckerberg came,
19 or 20, and he does the same song and dance where he tries to use and abuse them, and then discard them when it's no longer relevant. Or
Hasan is part of the Swoligarchy, yeah.
For him,
yeah, he's the real Brawligarchy.
And unfortunately, I made the mistake of not having had sex with him. And after that point, he decided to just do a full smear campaign on me, and threatened to leak non-sexual. In this case, I feel like it's important to recognize I have had to deal with him leaking sexual video footage or audio footage, but then he threatened to leak non-consensual, illegal recordings of me. We had a conversation, and
like, why was this dude just like, why is this dude just like recording people all the time? What's up with these people, man? Like, I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand what like motivates someone to be like
Broligarchy, not Brawligarchy. No, like it's Brawligarchy, right?
I don't trust anyone, even people who I've invited to my home, even people who are like immediately in my vicinity, so much so that I'm going to constantly record them with the hopes that I can use that as like blackmail against them later down the line. Like, that is the only other time
Clay, yeah, that's what I hate about Twitch.
I've ever heard someone do this is like, other than Jeffrey Epstein.
That kind of shit right there. Yeah.
He was doing it for, a multitude of different reasons. The only other time I've ever heard this, and I think maybe Diddy as well, is like in the YouTube sphere was, what's the makeup guy? The problematic makeup person? Who was it? Jeffree Star, I think. Jeffree Star, maybe? Is it?
Oh, yeah, we should start the holigarchy.
Is it Jeffree Star? Is it James Charles? I don't know. Jeffree Star exposes James Charles' voice memo. Jeffree Star claims he has a voice recording from a victim. What? I don't know. I just don't get it. Maybe I'm too trusting. Or maybe I'm the abnormal one. But I don't understand what motivates people to just be like, ooh, I can, constantly surveil the people around me. And then hopefully later down the line use it as like blackmail.
Recorded it in California, which is
no comment. But if you followed me enough, you know that hits close to home.
Two-party consent state, which you cannot record people without their consent. And then threatened to leak that. And I thought that the
Fortunately, not by anyone with any relevancy anymore.
audio recording was of a different nature, and I was super scared. I was terrified. And that was me thinking it was something else. Like in California, yes. And since that moment, I basically didn't talk about him at all because, like I said, he is a black hole. He's a black hole whose only goal is to, a lot of women like Pixie
You also don't random fans or small streamers and invite them to your house. This is also true.
or like Cherry or like any of the women that he surrounds himself with. And I am very happy to see that there is finally someone who is a perfect victim, who is brave enough to come out. Does he just record everyone around him? Yes. Yes.
Like that. This is something I've heard about a bunch, and it just like definitely weirds me out. It's just like super creepy behavior. And look, a lot of people think like, oh, this is the end of Destiny or whatever. Like, I don't think so. I think that he has in many respects always been this way. Okay. And like he's been this way for quite some time. And his core fan base, his core fan base, I think don't really care. They treat everything as like drama. But there are definitely people that are in the edges that previously might have been a part of his like core fan base that think like this is unacceptable. But ultimately, I think as long as you stay the course and you know, don't admit to anything and continue doing whatever you're doing, or even if you admit to shit like Dr. Disrespect did, like there's no real quote unquote cancellation. I mean, people will use this against him forever in arguments, especially because like his content revolves around not playing video games by himself, or maybe sometimes collaborating with others, but instead directly like engaging people in the marketplace of ideas. So everyone is always going to be like, hey, remember when you did that thing? And it was fucking insane. So it'll aesthetically and optically look bad for him and will be a major point that he has to always address. But outside of that, I think that he will, like his fan base is not going to move away from him. I feel like the approach they have, because it literally is.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of no hope on that. And let me tell you why. All right. There is, I don't know if you'd call it a meme or it's just something that they say in the chat. It's DGG for life. And it's not a joke. It's not a joke. A lot of people have like grown up in the Destiny community. That has been like the social, you know, nexus for a lot of these people. And, you know, this is what sort of draws them into that Destiny lifestyle of like, hey, let's go and, you know, hate watch the person that doesn't like Destiny. Let's go and, you know, do whatever. Like the reason that people get harassed when they get into shit with Destiny is because of people like this, that their whole life seems to revolve around Destiny. And for those people, I feel like it's just he's imprinted on them. Like everything that he does, especially the bad shit, is like normalized to fuck. And they're not going to change. Like, I don't foresee them changing anytime soon.
Is cultish. The approach they have for the most part, like the mega fans, is that this man is too valuable of a voice for brilliant liberalism. And you know, we can't just like cast him aside. After all, the Republicans also operate in a cult like the Republicans also operate like a cult like in a cult like fashion, and we should do that as well. We shouldn't just like tarnish our heroes so easily. And what's additionally, they're still operating within the confines that he has set for them, and their understanding of the world is so deeply polluted by Epstein's way of approaching subjects that he has like created this persona where they truly do believe he's brilliant, right? I think they just genuinely admire him, truly think he's brilliant, and for that reason, I think he can most likely talk his way out of this situation as well for many of his like hyper supporters. And it's interesting.
Yeah, Vosh fans are the same way too. Unlike Vosh though, and I don't know. What I don't foresee happening is Destiny to be able to make bridges with other communities, working with other people, unless they're like Zerka, unless they're people with their own baggage, right? It's going to become harder and harder for Destiny. And expanding that community past where it's at now is also going to. Now, I said this about Vosh too. And, you know, it turns out that just through covering politics with Vosh's size, right, he's able to kind of reach out and grab some people in that don't know about the short stack goblin taxes scandal. They don't know what Vosh did. But even then, right? When they hear about it, some of them want to get dip. I can't believe Vosh is still around enough to. I've been seeing clips of his again. Don't understand why YouTube has not pulled Destiny's monetization. Do you think you could take Hasan in a wrestling match? Oh my god. No, because I know nothing about grappling. All right. And yeah, I don't know.
Because it's like they'll just turn around.
Like I think he's probably got at least as much experience striking as I do, and I don't know anything about. I don't know if he knows grappling either. But
I mean, the way he'll probably approach this is like turn around and point the finger of blame at everyone.
Go check something.
Even someone like myself, I'll randomly definitely catch a stray in this process where he'll be like, well, he did something too, right? I suspect they'll be like, well, Hasan went to a brothel in, went to a brothel in like 2010 or whatever. And that brothel was raided. And they'll say it's for sex trafficking, but it was actually raided for tax evasion. And then the brothel successfully sued the German government and won afterwards. But it doesn't matter. And the brothel was raided in I think it was raided like 2016 or something. D-Man admitted he went to an illegal masseuse as well. That's crazy. So I went to a legal brothel. Okay. He went to an illegal one and he's still complaining. Now, the point isn't necessarily like who's doing wrong, because even if one of the people even if out of all these people that are like, dude, this is fucked up, there was someone that he could like successfully deflect back to, that doesn't make his situation right. Does that make sense? But it does provide cover and move people's. It does.
I think Irene could win. Oh my god.
Provide cover and move people's attention in his core fan base to an appropriate vector of hate, a different target that they're used to, attacking anyway. So they'll just willingly play along. What is this? Destiny, Stephen Bonnell II is now jokingly comparing himself to Dr. Speg, while the women who have accused him of either recording them having sex with other consent or illegally sharing RP with a third party face harassment. Me getting ready for my return stream. I do not care if we're friends, enemy, strangers, if we disagree politically, debated harshly. I do not care if you've dismissed me, wrote me off as mentally ill in the past, or if you've made brutal criticisms of your behavior. I do not care. These are not unforgivable crimes to me. I empathize with anyone who is insecure and concerned to throw stones in glass houses. Do not let this man scare you or threaten you into thinking you are the same as him. Do not let Destiny make you think your silence or support of him up to this point or at any point is a scarlet A on your name forever. I know what he has done to me, and I know who did it. I know what was done to me, and I know who did it. Bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me. Okay, lol, W. Wait. First of all, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This statement is so insane. This statement in and of itself means that like doing sex crimes from his perspective, from Epstein's perspective, is simply not like a boundary breaking moral quandary at all. It's simply just something he doesn't care about until he can just deploy it as like a parachute cord. This is what Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying when Matt Gaetz' investigation in the House Ethics Committee.
No, chat. I mean, you got to understand, Hasan has stayed training, right? Hasan has been training. Like I was trained at one point. I was in shape at one point, and I don't have that sub 50 resting heart rate anymore.
Was slated to come out, and I'm certain that Mr. Liberal himself probably shit on Marjorie Taylor Greene in that regard at the time. Like, how much more? I mean, this just straightforward. This is so straightforward. It just basically means like he doesn't give a shit about people doing sex crimes potentially, unless he can use it as a way to deflect the attention away from himself. Like, this means you're covering for 20 other streamers. If what he's saying is true, which I don't know if what he's saying is true or not, but if what he's saying is true, then he's offering shelter to 20 sex criminals. That's ridiculous.
Well, yeah. Remember the Demon Mama thing with Xander Hall, right? Where I'm trying to remember how it went down. Zan was mad about Keffels talking to Shoe on Head. Zan tried to go for Keffels. Keffels did a lot of like, just expose. I don't even remember what did Keffels say about Xander Hall. She brought stuff forward about Xander Hall. Zan, at one point, was seen in screenshots talking about a nuke that he had on Keffels. He had information on Keffels that was going to end Keffels' career, and it was the sysadmin of Vosh's website, right? Which Xander Hall, Keffels, all the other Vosh orbiters, like use that website too. So it's how they make their money. Like he would be out, some money if he lost this. The sysadmin, the person who manages the website, right? Threatened Xander Hall with cutting that off if Zan was to come forward. And eventually Nick Diorio and some other people did come forward with the information that Zan had been talking about, that was chat logs between Keffels and her editor. The editor, she was saying stuff to the editor that wasn't great. She was talking about doxing people and stuff like that, and the editor, leaked the chat logs to people other than Zan. This was also Zan's editor, right? So, God, I'm trying to remember the chain of events here. Zan attacked Vosh for, I think he said that Vosh was pro-Trump because Vosh wanted Biden to drop out. Right? And so, Vosh kind of set this up, right? This riding with Biden thing. So Zan attacked him on it. Oh, it looks like Vosh isn't riding with Biden. He must be for Trump. And look, I got a lot of criticism for Vosh, but being pro-Trump is not one of those things. That's absolutely ridiculous to say. Anyway, that didn't go much of anywhere, but somehow Demon Mama and Zan started beefing. And at that point, Demon Mama released all these logs of Zan talking to this editor, this poor editor. It just had to be everybody's sounding board, apparently. But Zan was talking about doing bad things to Keffels and was implying that he was describing the means by which he would do those things. And but the question was, to Demon Mama, okay, if you know all this stuff about Xander Hall, why were you sitting on it? Why didn't you come forward? Why were you keeping a nuke? Why were you keeping compromat on your friend in case this friend, in case this friend, betrayed you? And so, yeah, there's a lot of this. There's a lot of this kind of stuff that goes on. There's a lot of
ridiculous. Anyway, his delusion of fans are saying they hope you're one of the names, like he has some kind of nuke to destroy you that he didn't want to use. That's insane. What is this? Oh, I did see this.
Forever, right? These people want Steve to be fucking canceled forever when he's someone that literally is making the world, I think, a better place. To my fellow orbiters or coworkers, if you're one of my coworkers out there and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about how much you condemn Destiny and everything else, you better not let me fucking find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else. All this is just virtue signaling fucking bullshit, okay? It's because it's oh God, sharing nudes? Okay, I'm out of here immediately, right? Or Hasan, Hamas Piker, who denies any fucking rapes happened. You have zero fucking credibility to stand on anything, okay?
This is what I mean. It's
well, chat, remember yesterday I said I didn't think that Hasan would talk about this. This is what we watched yesterday, right? That's Dan Saltman. That's the guy. That's the guy that's responsible for all politics streamers getting demonetized on Twitch. And I didn't think that Hasan was going to respond to it. I was like, no, there's no way. This is a VOD that's been taken down. You could watch a version of it where streamers react to it, but it doesn't exist by itself. And I just thought that impediment, that hurdle, would keep Hasan from that, and the fact that what does Hasan need to be mentioning Dan's name? Dan doesn't really matter. But no, here it is. It did get to Hasan.
Instead of addressing the actual problem, they'll just think about it this way. Okay, think about it this way. First of all, I didn't do that. Okay, that's a lie to begin with. Even though, my criticisms of the New York Times coverage was incredibly valid. And
wait, how is that instant ramen, Schmegley?
100% is correct. The Israeli prosecutor's office openly admitted recently that there has been no victims or
that sounds fancy.
Immediate family members that have come forward, and there's simply no way for them to prosecute the potential sex crimes that they said had happened. Okay, that's number one. Number two, this is still fucking whataboutism. And number three, the last thing I want to mention here is this. Okay, how would this community
yeah, Hobo Sapien. I said something really similar when I covered President Sunday's video. Yeah, I thought that there was some mistakes made by Sunday that were kind of similar to what Sunday had criticized Tyler for.
If I had done something like this, okay, because that would be a valid instance of them coming after me for once, because the principle still holds. It's when my guy does something heinous, it's not that big of a deal. Okay? When someone I hate isn't even doing something wrong, I will work actively to try and make it seem like he has done something wrong and make it seem like it is the largest moral failing that anyone has ever seen. You know, purchasing a house, for example, leasing a fucking car. Like, it is insane to me that there are so many people in this community still that legitimately will look for anything and everything in my commentary to disparage me and have done it actively for literally 5.
And what's the provocation in this case? The provocation isn't Hasan doing anything, isn't Hasan saying anything. The provocation is Destiny getting caught. He literally tries to change the subject to Hasan.
Fucking years, nonstop.
Like, that's literally how Saltman started his stream.
Don't forget he went to fucking Asmongold to help fight against Twitch anti-Semitism. Yeah, he did do that. That's true. I do remember.
Like, for you, Steven would have to rate everyone who was at October 7th, right? That festival, for him to be on the level of what you are. That's valid.
What? Does DDG Commander Saltman, bootlicker of Epstein, is he claiming that I did the rapes on October 7? Like, how horny are you to try to make a fucking compelling case to defend Epstein that you just, like, say something completely insane? No, I think that there is no parity here at all. There's no equivalence here at all.
That's how I feel with you, Hasan. So, fuck off. Keep your fucking shit to yourself. Enjoy it while you can for the last fucking few days until your world fucking collapses. Dipshit. Fucking rape denial. Fucking rapist nude sharing. Brothel patroning. Creepy ass, old ass motherfucker. But I think it's going to be a bad look for any of these people.
Bro, you're like 50. What are you talking about?
Hasan, he's trolling you. You don't have to.
Nude sharing. Like, where is this? What's happening here? Like, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where to address.
So now, if you were watching my stream yesterday, you know what Saltman's talking about, right? He dug up an article from Cosmo.
I don't know where to start the process of addressing any number of different things.
That have said that their morals, this is too far, they can't interact with a person like this before. If we find out that you're interacting, or you have interacted with someone that's done something worse, if that's the case, you're gonna look really fucking stupid and like a hypocrite. That's all, right? Like, if you're currently...
Yeah, these guys... That's the funniest part about this is like, it's just like, so now apparently Destiny went to an illegal massage parlor in Los Angeles. So I guess like Destiny has actually gone to an illegal massage parlor. I went to a legal brothel, you know, which he knows was rated not for sex trafficking, mind you. He knows it was rated for tax evasion. That's why he tried.
Sounds like projection. Yeah, projectony.
To like couch it in an effort not to get hit with like some sort of like slander suit. But the funniest part has to be him saying, "You old ass motherfucker," when he's like 55 years old, crashing out in defense of the guy who he's like tried to ride into some semblance of fame at the brittle age of 55. This guy looks like the sick guy in a TheraFlu commercial, and he's got fat guy who lost a lot of weight energy.
Hanging out with like...
Oh no.
That does like rape denial all day, every day.
I think I know the TheraFlu commercial they're talking about.
Or that has killed someone on a DUI or something along those lines. Like, it's gonna be, once we find that out, I think that's like gonna be kind of a rough one to be like why you threw someone under the bus just for clout a little bit. And when I say threw them under the bus, it's like you get a little bit of clout by, right now it's you got a little boost by saying you're never gonna talk with Steve again. And anyways, all that shit. I just want to throw this out there.
Yeah, he's trying to pull the ranks of the orbiters back in by saying like, how dare you align with Hasan? He's done so much worse. Remember all the many years that we've said Hasan is much worse. Did he say you just kill somebody? I don't know if he was talking about me. I don't know who the fuck he's talking about at that point. A DUI, like, who killed?
Because in general, fuck Hasan, right? Fuck everyone that's
Wait, he looks like that one cartoon dog. Which dog? Courage the Cowardly Dog?
using this as a jumping off point to like try and make their side win or anything else like that. Like, what happened is that like Steve fucked himself up from like 2 years ago, by the way. Like, this is like behavior. I will stand by this for the most part. I think that this is behavior he fucking greatly regrets. Don't let me capture you in 4K being a virtue signaling cunt that don't let me capture that event from any.
Yeah, he's just virtue signaling. I think he's making up fanfics of what will you be found out for. Dude, it's just crazy. If you have to like make shit up about me, then maybe I'm not that bad of a person. Like, I don't understand why these
Droopy
people
Dog
will still entertain this notion that I am like this supreme evil being. Like, initially I thought that like, they were just shooting shit and they were just like smearing with the hopes that something sticks. And now I feel like they just genuinely believe their own fucking nonsense. Like, I can't tell if this dude is saying this knowing full well that it's false, or if he legitimately believes it. It makes no sense. Yeah, virtue signaling. A far worse crime than
I actually don't think he believes it. I think he knows it. Just given what I've seen Dan say and what I've seen Dan admit to, how I've seen Dan talk about in very cavalier ways, that because Hasan is so bad, that justifies lying about him. He'll literally say that shit on stream. He says the quiet part out loud.
anything Destiny has done. Very strange. Because it justifies their unjustified hatred for you. Isn't there a video of this dude teaching his fans / Destiny fans how to finagle the language to make it more deceiving? Like,
yep, that's what I was talking about.
Sex trafficking thing. Yeah, they believe everyone's inherently doing illegal sex-based related crimes, but not getting caught in their minds, knowing he get famous or not abuse their power.
Chat. We also saw him on this stream right here, right? The one that's clipped in this Twitter clip. We saw him saying that. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember what he copped to in this one.
I will fucking destroy you if that's the case. I believe that Steve has already made a lot of efforts. He regrets everything that happened. And it's not like he needed this incident to happen for him to be a better person or to not do this type of thing anymore. I know that Destiny has it's his fault.
My man streaming this room a payphone. Yeah.
Oh, SM, I hope you're okay.
I don't know.
Wait, there was something that Hasan said that.
I believe that Steve has already made a lot of efforts. He regrets everything that happened. And it's not like he needed this incident to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we heard him doing was justifying lying about Hasan to his audience, right? By saying that Hasan has denied R words, that Hasan is just lying. He just lies to.
Happen for him to be a better person or to not do this type of thing anymore. I know that Destiny has it's his fault.
My man streaming this room a payphone. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, we need to cover the Colombia story. Do you know about this, chat? They tried to repatriate people to Colombia using U.S. military aircraft. The Colombian government would not let them land, and so Donald Trump threatened sanctions. At which point the president of Colombia sent, I think, the presidential planes up to pick up the people they were trying to deport.
Anyway, it's a very weird thing. There's a Cosmo article that they're spreading to deflect D from that dance and E. The article's about you scrolling through news on Snapchat, but they're saying it's equivalent to D. They're just sweeping. Wait, scrolling through news on Snapchat?
Yeah. So that's
an article where I'm showing a journalist.
That's an article that Dan starts off on. I think he found it on Blue Sky or something, and he starts off sounding like he's talking about the Destiny situation. And saying, even though he did this and this and this and this and shared the nudes, I forgive him. I don't think that this should end his career. I don't think that this should define him. And the joke is that he ends up, he's talking about Hasan from the Cosmo article, and you're supposed to think at first he's talking about Destiny, but he's talking about Hasan. Like, I don't know. The worst thing about Dan is when he thinks he's funny. When he thinks he's made a really good joke.
Fans that are sending me unsolicited photos are literally dudes getting their backs blown out, and some of them are girls that sent nudes. Do you think that is the same as like procuring or literally filming people without their consent in times or with their consent at other times, and then sharing and distributing that material to other people that you want to fuck? What is insane is an unsolicited nude. I didn't fucking expect it. That's psychotic.
Coordinated Blue Sky post because Destiny commented on it immediately. Are they doing the shit that they do on Reddit? Are they doing that on Blue Sky now? Yo, Blue Sky needs to get their shit together. I don't know. Like I I want Blue Sky to be the Twitter alternative. I really want that to happen. I really want that to work. There's just like a few incidents, like, you know, the Jesse Singal thing, and now I don't know what they can do about this though. I don't know what they can do to stop DGG from brigading stuff.
What happened when dudes send me dick pics and I see it? If a dude sent me a dick pic and I saw it because I fucking looked at my DMs or something, then I'm distributing pornography of other people. Like, that's revenge porn. What a fucking insane thing. Yeah, being a victim of sexual harassment is the same as doing it. Actually, I'm very smart. Yeah, that is insane. But this is, you know what's funny about it? This is
Trump wants to send random brown people picked up from the streets to other countries. You know, I saw the other thing where there was like a U.S. veteran that was a citizen that was detained by ICE for a considerable amount of time.
this is exactly what I was talking about. It's like someone being like, "Well, Your Honor, yes, I shot and
They do this on Threads as well.
killed this child, but that guy over there actually fought back when he was being assaulted, and that's also a crime too when you think about it." That's literally the dynamic here. Like, pointing to a totally random person and being like, "Well, that person punched back when he was fucking attacked." How is that the same? Why is it that I don't even know what how to address anything like this. This is insane. How is it the community that like thrives on the spirit of debate so often make the worst possible arguments? Anyway, they're also trying to brigade your.
Yeah, Joe, I can actually think of a few countries I would not mind. In fact, there's a lot of countries I wouldn't mind being deported to if only I could fake not being a citizen.
Community note.
Not that I'm saying that I'm gonna do that, Chad. This is not me announcing an intention to commit a some kind of fraud or something. No.
Might judge me by my enemies. People have proposed community notes. Community notes is a program where you volunteer. Hasan has also been reported shared news and recordings to third parties. That's hilarious. Needs more rate.
So you abstract it. You abstract it, right? That's what you do with this shit. If you wanna shut Hasan down, or who is this that they're? Yeah, this is his post, right? Judge me by my enemies. They tried to community note. Judge me by my enemies. With this abstract ass shit. Like they're talking about a Cosmo article that talks about him opening up his Snapchat and finding DMs from fans that were in SFW in nature, right? It's
People have proposed community notes. Community notes is a program where you volunteer. Hasan has also been reported shared news and recordings to third parties. That's hilarious. Needs more ratings. NNN. Fan sending unsolicited.
Did you see what I mean? When you abstract it down to one sentence in a community note, it makes him sound like, oh, he's just a big hypocrite. He's just a big hypocrite. He does it too. And it's just like knowing what the actual thing that they're referring to. Yeah, there's the Cosmopolitan article. There it is.
There's photos over Snapchat where there's no way to tell what people are sending you. It's not the same as having a Dropbox of sexual recordings made without consent of the other party and distributing it to strangers. You can't actually expect this.
Yeah, Infallible Fell. I saw a little bit of that debate, and yeah, Dan looked bad.
This article seriously, can you? Even if taken seriously, these photos were actually sent to Hasan without his consent, and he opened them not knowing what the images may have been inside. Unlike Destiny, he didn't send them around.
Wait, what is this? Is this a second community note? Is this a Hasan fan community note? Like, wait, can you community note a community note? How does this work? This looks like a community note to the community note. But what is it actually? Is it a competing community note? Can tweets get more than one?
To people. That's crazy. What is NNN? Does that mean no nut November? No note needed. Oh, he didn't
He goes straight to No Nut November.
send files. He sent Google Drive links. Jesus Christ, brother. Holy moly. All right. It's Bill Maher time.
It's Bill Maher time. And with that, we go to Bill Maher. Oh my god. Somehow also cursed. Okay, so let's look at this video from Denims here that I think this is the one that Hasan watched.
Again, I don't have a list, and I don't want to have a list. Of sexual partners, and I would definitely not share that. But like, that's so low on like the offensive scale of like morality, dude. Like that's
Yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Pamela Smith, you just got weaseled. Dim Snow Bun, you just got weaseled. Jose Campos, you just got weaseled. AAA, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
I don't.
So yeah, thank you to Vadim for recommending me this video with this timestamp. I don't usually watch, or do I? I was just watched a Hasan clip. I'm about to say I don't usually watch other streamers. But yeah, I didn't know this well, I mean, I guess we'll see. I don't know exactly what to expect here, but it sounds like Denims is relaying some things that she experienced in regards to Destiny. The video's called Destiny Situation. You are not canceled. You are criminal.
I really wouldn't care. I really wouldn't care at all. I'd be like, well, that's kind of mean. You put me so low. Really? Damn. Anyways. Yeah, this is like, and then again, even people in LSF are shitting on XQC defending Destiny, which is like insane. Like the past year has been an insane year for LSF. The number of times I've seen people be attacked or defended that I would have never thought is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. But we live in a wacky world, I guess. So, I'm trying to remember what I wanted to do next. There's a few other things that I wanted to talk about here. One, I want to double check that I think Pixie made 1 or 2 other posts that I think were relevant. This one's important. Yes, I want to talk about Dexerto. So Dexerto, I like how all of us pretty much assume that Dexerto, thank you, Tom Bomb. I like how everyone pretty much assumed that Dexerto was run by like a DGG or like the Twitter page was. And now we all have confirmation that the reason why every single
33 month sub, that's 1 month for every millimeter told. That's amazing. DNM balls, DNM metric.
Every single Twitter post.
Sending me threats. I got her Colombian catnip, and it's in the mail.
Mario, thank you for the 33 months. Every single post from Dexerto is so shit. It's so unbelievably shit, and the framing is so unbelievably disingenuous. And everyone thought it, but now we have confirmation because in response to Destiny admitting to leaking other people's pornographic videos to some random people on the internet. Dexerto published the statement, Destiny has denied accusations that he deliberately leaked a woman's private images, claiming the leak happened without his knowledge, consent, or authorization. Nice way to bury the lead there. And this was after they had already posted the article and on their website, and within 6 hours they still weren't posting on the official Twitter post. They were too busy posting about like Speed doing a backflip or something. They genuinely tried to ignore the story.
I thought I saw the story on Dexerto at some point. So this is Eric Trump's tweet from just half an hour ago, maybe? Okay, maybe more than that. Any and all who dare defy the American Golden Age, heed this warning. You will lose. Toe the line, or we will run you down. The gloves are off. We're not playing around this time. For now, it's tariffs, but trust me, we can and we will do much worse. Damn. Comic villain shit right there.
And Pixie rightfully posted this, showing that, actually, no, it was a deliberate leak to a random person on the internet.
Oh, wait, I didn't see this. Wait, we did see this. We did see this.
This is someone else in this story, Strader Reed, saying, which is probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high-profile micro celebrity, and you didn't leak it maliciously. You technically didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. And he says, yeah, I know. I looked into it for obvious reasons, just to be sure, but I don't really care much about the legal side of it. Obviously, I have severely, at the very least psychologically, damaged her. Covering therapy or whatever is a minimum. I have no problem helping out or sending her money as a form of...
Oh, starts 35 minutes in. Thank you, Vadim.
I really do appreciate all of you taking it seriously, and it is really cool for everyone who has already donated and helped reach this goal, and that potentially he won't be able to continue this cycle of abusing people and abusing women around him. And this feels so weird to talk about because I haven't talked about it in years because I stopped talking about it because I kept getting harassed. But I was in not even close to a similar situation. But when I started streaming, I, very similarly to Hasan, I became friends with him because he was one of the few, I think he might have been the only political content creator on Twitch at the time. And that was back before, I think it was more widely known, before anyone knew that he was like a huge piece of shit. And he did similar, at the time, I think I was 20. And or maybe I was even 19, I don't remember. And he was 30. And it is crazy how terribly.
He should have added Jink Uger under that tweet. Right? Like maybe I should. I don't want to tweet, chat. You know that I haven't tweeted ever since Twitter started their AI thing, where like if you continue to use Twitter, you agree to like they can use AI to train on your tweets. So they could probably do that anyway, but I just have not. I've tried not to tweet. I've consciously stayed off the Twitter.
Vindictive and abusive he is. And there is, I will never forget it. And it's crazy because, like, it feels so long ago, but it's also still like he has so many victims and he has done this same shtick over and over and over again, where he reaches out, or other women reach out to him who are 18 or 19 or 20. And he does the same song and dance where he tries to use and abuse them and then discard them when it's no longer relevant or useful for him. And unfortunately, I made the mistake of not having had sex with him. And after that point, he decided to just do a full smear campaign on me, and threatened to leak.
Whoa, yeah, like I said, Chad, I've talked to Pixie way back in the day before, like ostensibly, but I don't know. I guess I can't know for sure, but I wasn't aware, I guess, is what I was trying to say, that she'd had this experience with Destiny. And it sounds just way too familiar. Same pattern, same MO.
Non-sexual. In this case, I feel like it's important to recognize that, because these people have had to deal with him leaking sexual video footage or audio footage, but then he threatened to leak non-consensual, illegal recordings of me. We had a conversation and he recorded it in California, which is a 2-party consent state, which you cannot record people without their consent.
Isn't Twitter almost all bots now? This is why far-right figures like Alex Jones complain how they get so many interactions on Twitter, but don't see the results in sales. I guess Jink Uger, you could. I can't tell, chat. Has Jink got motion on Twitter? It feels like his posts get interacted with. It feels like he could almost be making a little bit of money from the as a power user, but
and then threatened to leak that. And I thought that the audio recording was of a different nature, and I was super scared.
like half of his shit is straight up rage bait.
I was terrified. And that was me thinking it was something else. Like in California, yes. And since that moment, I basically didn't talk about him at all because, like I said, he is a black hole. He's a cynical piece of shit black hole whose only goal is to sexually abuse women. A lot of women like Pixie or like Cherry or like any of the women that he surrounds himself with. And I am very happy to see that there is finally someone who is a perfect victim, who is brave enough to come out. Does he just record everyone around him? Yes. Yes. And who actually can get the support of other people. And it makes me very happy that I can sort of finally put this chapter behind me. And that he can potentially face repercussions for his actions. And that maybe people will finally recognize that he is, not a good person and doesn't actually care about any of the people he surrounds himself with.
When I first encountered Destiny and his community, there were a lot of people who said similar things. But then there were a lot of people who just implied that that was all bullshit. And there's a lot of gaslighting. And there still is. And like, what the fuck is this that, oh my God, do I need to roll it back, chat? I almost feel like I want to like push my standing desk down and like sit down for this next part, because like this is kind of serious in a way that I want to fully appreciate. Here, let me just lower the camera. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Okay, let me see if I can make this work. Hang on. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Okay, here we go. Bump. So all right. See. So let me make sure I'm under. Oh, hey. Hi, Waluigi. Let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. She got, attacked like by Destiny, or when I say attacked, sorry, I should be really specific here, because we have been talking about things that could be a crime, and I don't want to make you think that I want to use my words really carefully, is what I'm saying. Destiny tried to make her look bad in social media. Is what I meant. Destiny used his platform to go after Denims, just so we're being really specific here. Like, for the fact that Denims was not interested in the casting couch. Is that what she's saying? I just want to make sure that I've Destiny actually quote retweeted a tweet not directed at him about an essay experience, and I had, oh shit, he blames me for what happened. Then his fans threw horrible comments at me for days. Jeez, see, like, I keep on hearing, kind of the same, like, similar stories from different people, right? And then this is another one, and god damn, like, obviously the stuff that we've talked about so far, it's bad enough. This is actually, this is part of why I like wanted to sit down, chat, is like, I'm just having a little bit of an emotional reaction over this. Like, I didn't know this happened. Sucks.
You have to be like insane narcissist levels to be sending people's porn when they were 19 to random strangers you've never met and not care at all about what would happen to them. Like, you just don't care about the people around you to do that. You don't care. So, yeah, it is, I am very happy to see this. And he's literally said on his stream that he's a sociopath. Yes. He has said on his stream that he is a sociopath, and that any women who he is, I don't have the clips on hand because, again, like I said, I just wanted.
Haven't heard him say directly that, but I have seen him take a test on stream and, confirm dark triad personality traits in a very high degree, right? But he did it in a way that was like a joke. Like, right, he does it once. Melina's sitting there and he scores he scores just like average or very low, right? Like, he's not showing anything. And it's like, okay. And so then he like kisses Melina. She goes into the other room, and he comes back at the computer, and he's like, all right, boys, let's go. Like, right. And then he's like, I'm gonna do it for real now. And he does it again, and it's, just really high. And I guess when I saw that, I thought that was a joke. I thought that the second time, he was faking. I'm willing to entertain the possibility, chat, that he was not faking the second time, but only the first time when Melina was there. I don't know.
To move past it, and I just needed the harassment to stop at the time, because in his natural MO, he targets streamers who have small audiences, who are younger women, which is what he did with me and what he did with many, many, many other people. And there is a clip, I think, it was like when he was going through the divorce with his ex-wife or something. I don't remember, but he explicitly said something like, any women who ever get involved with me will deal with severe psychological trauma. Like, like from the mouth, like from himself, he said that. Right? It was just an insane thing to say, which is a crazy thing to say. Can that even be taken as a joke? It wasn't a joke. Within the context of the video, he was being accused of being abusive, to which he responded saying, absolutely, yes, yes, I am. Yes, I am. So I hope any women who... I missed my window to seek criminal charges. The statute of limitations for recording someone, just a normal audio, was 2 years, and I missed it. And I will never be able to seek that justice out. And again, I'm not trying to compare myself to any of these women, because there's a massive difference between having a normal non-sexual conversation recording, conversation recorded, and a sex.
So yeah, the second part was that he was holding some conversation that they had that he recorded over her head, not of a sexual nature or anything, but still using those strong arm tactics. I guess I gotta learn to trust my instincts, because I always thought that it felt like, the way I describe it, chat, I know I don't want anybody to take this too literally, okay? But it feels like a seedy underground world. It feels like a fucking criminal underworld. It's just like, I don't know how to explain it. And this was the guy at the head of it. This was the Godfather. And this is how he lived his life, chat. This is the kind of entitlement that he felt towards other people. It's a little bit jarring, okay? I mean, the stuff so far, not that the stuff so far hasn't been bad, but for some reason, this puts this all into a whole new light. And I'm a little bit taken aback by it.
Sex tape recorded. Like, these are hugely different, and I don't want to try and downplay any of these things or try and pretend like what I went through is anything close to what these women went through. But because I know that I will never be able to seek that out, because again, the statute of limitations was so short, I really don't want these women to miss out on their ability to seek justice. And it makes me really happy to see people like Mike talk about it and people like Hasan talk about it, and actually provide people like Pixie a way to seek justice against this person who has a terrible history. And yeah, I don't think someone like this should be able to keep getting away with targeting younger women and abusing them and then doing all this fucking terrible shit, like when they're 30 and these women are like 19. But this is not a sad situation. I'm not looking for sympathy or empathy. Please, anything that you might feel towards me, put it towards the victims right now, because that's what I'm trying to highlight. And I just want to say this is a W day. Okay, this is a great day. This is a great day, and this is, I think, the first time I've seen someone be able to actually get any traction and have a really good chance, like a really good chance legally against him. And if we can stop his ability to harm other people, that would be really cool. That would be really, really cool. This is why he's had so many women show us and then leaves his orbit after some time. Yeah.
Have you ever seen something like a innocuous piece of media, like a commercial or something of somebody prior to the revelations of, what they did to other people? Like, I guess like a Bill Cosby commercial would be an example. Like you see one of those afterwards, and it's just kind of like, I'm looking now, chat, at Destiny's Twitter, and he's got, just like, it's like all the memes, right? The pinned tweet is the DGG. There's like a game that they put on Steam, and it's all like these little mini games based on situations relevant to the Destiny lore. And it's just like you look at something like that now, and it's just like, oh my god, this shit, like the humor that they're attempting, it becomes dark in a way that's really hard to properly convey. But here, let me show you what's going on, what he's posting on Twitter right now. Me getting ready for my return stream. Yeah. He's Dr. Disrespect. The joke being that he isn't accused of anything regarding minors, I guess, and that everyone's exaggerating this all. And also, like, implicit in this is that he's gonna be returning to streaming. Everything's just gonna get back to normal, and this too shall pass. Right? That's where Steven's head is at least publicly, right now.
I mean, and he does the same song and dance. Like, he attempted to do it with me. He attempted to do it with plenty of other people over the years, but none of these people are perfect victims. I wasn't a perfect victim. Probably.
Pixie reached her legal dollar goal. Hey, so what happened in terms of I know there was an issue with the law that she mentioned, like supposedly not being in place at the time that the incident happened. Does anybody know if she's going to be able to go ahead with the case?
I think Cherry isn't a perfect victim. Fucking some other people that I've seen in passing weren't perfect victims, because it's impossible to be a perfect victim. It's just not. It's not possible. But no one deserves to be like harassed relentlessly for the most mild crimes. But his common strategy.
I mean, my understanding of Twitch politics is that is how the law works. I mean, not, I'm sorry, I don't want to sound like I'm justifying it. I'm just telling you the way that Twitch, felt to me. That if you went up and pissed off an influential streamer, they could make your life hell in a variety of ways, some of which are very public and very obvious, some of which are not. Anything that anyone but you end up seeing. Yeah, no, this is like this is how they administered their you know, interests, right? And I don't just mean Destiny. I mean like a lot of the people connected to him, a lot of the people connected to Vosh, right? They play hardball in a way that I think is underappreciated.
Is to just besmirch your name as much as he can, as often as he can, until you let him win. And it's cool that there is finally someone that really is genuinely a good person. Like, I will tell you guys personally, I've known Pixie for many years, and she is a good person.
Not
Like,
being a
why did the TTS stop? Not being a perfect victim doesn't invalidate your experience. Yeah. But she is genuinely a really good person, and she really has tried to see the good in everything and everyone. And
Just the thing that she is saying about you know, the ability of something like DGG to smear and harass someone.
and I mean, she literally admitted that she was naive to try and do that with him. And you know, I hope and I think genuinely she will pursue this to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, it's very real and it's very isolating because the kind of harassment that you get is the kind that you don't want to acknowledge lest you encourage more of it. You know, the kind of mindset of, you know, people that go after the enemies of Destiny is that they're having fun, like fucking with you. And so it's isolating because you can't really communicate to your audience that this is happening because that would give them encouragement and ensure that, you know, the harassment would continue even longer. But it's really common.
And I'm really happy for her because I imagine she's in a really good place right now mentally. Like, just off of her tweets, like her text messages describing like her suicidality after having her porn leaked against her will, because this person she trusted is a piece of shit, to saying how happy she is that she gets to pursue legal action, and that how happy she is that she was even able to get close and pass the goal of fundraising. But just like, don't fall. The one thing I will say is don't fall for his red herring strategies. He does the same thing anytime he's accused of anything, which is he tries to push the blame onto something else, or he tries to redirect attention to something else. He tries to shit smear or like shit sling, excuse me, as hard as he can to defend his terrible actions.
Wait, where did that come from, WB?
That it was okay for him to do what he did because actually this person deserves it. Just, if you see him pull this shit, just call him Epstein and move on. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, Epstein. The other thing is, like, he's a massive liar. He lies about things all the time. Half the shit that he's accused other people of is a total lie. It's all a distraction. It's all a distraction. So you shouldn't take it seriously. Ever, ever, ever shouldn't take it seriously. And you should assume that what he says is lying. I mean, one of his primary attempts to try and get Hasan banned off the platform was because he went to an underage brothel.
Is that what they said it was? Did they imply that there was like underage? Like, I don't.
Don't believe what this guy says. He is a disingenuous liar. And that's what he does to anyone who tries to stand up to him. Anyone who tries to stand up to him, he does the same shtick, which is, yeah, well, this person They shot up a school. I was there for it. This person actually, they kicked a puppy once. I was there for it. So 50% of the time, he's just being a weaselly little liar and just making some shit up because he knows no one will fact check it. Like saying that Hasan went to an underage brothel. And the other 50% of the time, even if he does say something true, it's not worth taking seriously because he's just using it as a distraction for his bad behavior and his actions. And there is nothing that you can say that will distract people from the fact that you were sending porn that you did not have consent to have and you did not have consent to send to anyone else. And this will not be swept under the rug.
Yeah, no sweps, did he?
His threat to the 20 other streamers was cute. Yeah. It was giving big like tech tone, I'm gonna sue everyone who comes after me. Like, sure you are, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you are. Whatever you say. Exactly. Under some of the allegations, people were just using quotes from Destiny where he said Will cheated on Caroline. He tries anything, which is just like an insane thing. I read that shit and I was like, okay, this is made up. I read that and I was like, this is not, he's just lying. Lo and behold, by the way, he was lying about that. Which again is what he's done to all of these people. Odds of him pivoting to the hard right because of this, very high. It's the only place he has left to go. The problem is that like he's done so much shit to piss off the hard right, like making fun of the guy who died at the Trump rally. That
Oh yeah, that's Destiny's not gonna be able to swing right. I don't think you can even do like a TYT. That would be hilarious though. If that was his, he does tend to. This is why people call him a grifter. He's kind of changed his trajectory, politically, at least a few times. Wouldn't be the, I mean, not to right wing, but
he might have a slightly
but
different.
yeah, he did kind of piss off like every Trump Republican.
Difficult time pivoting. Will cheated on Caroline with BB No Money. Yeah. I always see his name and I want to say BB Nos, but I know that's not right. No. Yeah. Yeah. Luckily, he's already used to sucking Nazi dick. Stop. Allegedly sucking Nazi dick. Okay, very important. Oh man, I feel such a burden lifted off me, dude. Like it's like this weight that I've been carrying, and I can finally like put it past me. It's really cool. 2025, dude. Cool year.
It's a fucking meme already. 2025 is already a fucking meme.
Deanbo DNML.
And I will just say that Pixie is a person that I think a lot of people can trust on this front. And I know for a fact that she will fight this to the end.
TKC Strike says it, God, I've got to scroll up. Sure, they'll give him a chance. The right wing will give him a chance. If he serves some kind of pipeline.
She will fight this to the end. I feel so good for you. Remember all that shit was also fucked? Yeah. It's just that people didn't know. I mean, even like when Hasan broke up with him over the Kamala stuff, I don't know, was that it? I don't remember the details, but like people just they didn't know how bad it was. Like they literally didn't know. N-word manifesto? God, dude. Wait, was it over the N-word stuff?
Yeah, wait. This guy did an inward manifesto, right?
That story was insane, dude. That story was crazy, man. That's how it started, yeah. Who would have thought that like it's like the domino meme?
Yeah, you're probably right, coolest dude in the universe. The Nick Fuentes thing, I mean, whether or not it was thrown out there to do this by Destiny, it definitely served to put take the focus off of the other the other leaks.
The first domino is like N-word manifesto to like the last domino, which is someone is filing a police report. Dude, the craziest part about that is like I'm pretty sure we got to get close, or sorry, going back to the domino meme.
It's not my take, says coolest dude. That's Hasan's theory.
I'm pretty sure all of these stuff uh that eventually culminated because I really do think that Hasan being popular after his breakup like broke Destiny's brain. I think that did like permanent damage to him. And then he is a huge cynic, so I think he actually started losing it. And I'm not joking. Like this isn't me making fun of him just to make fun of him. I'm being very serious. I think he didn't know in his brain how to handle being overshadowed by this person who he believed was a hack.
Well, yeah, so who was it that was saying they felt like, I think it was Diorio that said he thought that Destiny was like excited about conflict. That I mean, literally the word that he used was gets hard for it. And that it's really difficult to go toe to toe with anybody who's like that, to whom like a public controversy is a source of excitement. And so that's why a lot of people just get backed down by him. He's clearly thrilled to litigate anything that should come up. And even if he's wrong, he's pretty confident that he can twist the optics in the direction that he likes. But yeah, the manifestos, the inward manifesto. How wild is it to get excited? Like, right? You say something about how you like to say the N word in private. People call you out on it and are like, how's that different? Like, the whole harm that you think that only exists in saying it in public, you're achieving that harm by saying that you say it in private. And he's just, clearly wrong. But I think, I think he did a whole manifesto. Like, no, I'm not wrong. I'm actually right. Here's all the here's like 6 pages about how right I am about saying the N-word.
And I really do think it caused him brain damage. Like the ego bruise was really bad. Like he got Hasan derangement syndrome. I mean, I agree. Hasan took over the space that he felt that he built.
what do you mean by space? If you're talking about the people, is that even true? Like, are there any old school, are there any OG Hasanabi heads in chat? Like, early on, was there like a large component of Destiny fans in Hasan's audience? Because it always felt like very different spaces that they operated in. It always felt like it didn't seem like they were drawing from the same crowd. The N-word manifesto was actually nothing but personal attacks against other streamers who disagreed with him, and it had nothing to do with the N-word? What? It didn't stem from the N-word Andy debate? Like the the fact that that was a thing and that was normalized. I will say though that Destiny's Destiny was the backdrop. Destiny was the backdrop to a lot of what else went on in as far as politics in Twitch back in the day, in a way that Hasan was not. Different vibes. It was not the same crowd. That's why D got jealous. Anyway, but I think I know what Denims is saying. I think she's just talking about like the politics space, which could be different people depending on the streamer. And yeah, I mean that's true. Oh, so complicated though, because it wasn't just Destiny. I don't think it was just about Destiny getting banned. I mean, maybe that's what started it. Maybe that was the first. That's what started the boulder rolling down the hill. But a whole culture died, and nothing of value was lost. Twitch politics was a toxic place in a lot of the same ways as Destiny is toxic. And there was a certain period of time, I guess, of just die-off that went on. I don't know, because of the withdrawal of Destiny from the space. I mean, Bosch too, right? Remember Destiny and Bosch at one point, it's going way back, were Twitch streamers. Bosch got banned fairly early on. Destiny got demonetized. Or no, departnered. And then he got banned. And he stayed banned. And they do not want him back. And yeah, I mean, I guess it also sort of corresponds with the... Yeah, I mean, like, it seems to correspond for me with the withdrawal of the, sort of harassment culture that was going on there. I don't know. I'm sure there's still toxic people in Twitch politics, but it doesn't seem as bad since Destiny left.
Wait, sorry, really quickly. Asmund just slipped up where he's reading a script and directed, but Tectone is a criminal and an actor.
DNM love.
Wait, really? Wait, we got to talk about that next then. But before we get to that, I just want to say, like, it's insane that I think I ended up unintentionally causing the brain damage that he experienced with Hasan, because when I was getting harassed by Destiny's community, I made the mistake. I've learned a lot of lessons, and I actually am very grateful to being introduced to Destiny such a long time ago. And I learned a lot about trust, and I learned a lot about streaming, and I learned a lot about just how to protect yourself. And I think in my stream where I went to defend myself and said, like, actually all of these claims against me are fucking lies and I'm being lied about. Someone in chat, and this is my mistake. You'd never read chat when you're doing a stream to try and defend yourself. That was the first lesson I learned. Someone in chat said, and this is often misconstrued, but someone in chat said, "Does Destiny actually say the N-word in private?" To which I said, foolishly, yes. Which In 2020,
Wait, so that got clipped, and
it's
then
not controversial because he said it publicly on stream, bravely. That's all I did. That's all I did.
oh my god,
And then that kind of like,
no, that's literally how it was. That's literally how it was. Something like that would get clipped, would get shared around, and if it got to Destiny, you were fucked. You were so fucked.
exploded accidentally, which is what caused the N-word manifesto, which is what caused Destiny and Hasan to break up, which is what caused Destiny's brain damage, which is what caused him
Wait,
to
what's
have
the
an
line
insane
of-
ego and think he would never get caught sexually abusing. What caused? That's all I did. That's all I did. And then that kind of like exploded accidentally, which is what caused the N-word manifesto, which is what caused
I didn't remember that. Huh.
Destiny and Hasan to break up, which is what caused Destiny's brain damage, which is what caused him to have an insane ego and think he would never get caught sexually abusing and sexually harassing and leaking pornographic image of women like Pixie. So like, sometimes shit happens, man. This is my fault. Yeah. I did. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Which is always misconstrued as like, I threatened to leak it. Like, why would I threaten to leak something he's publicly said that he does?
Oh, Parker's got a good question for the poll. Who did Shaky Gurga debate? He debated Don Lemon and Big Papa Bash himself, Andrew Wilson. But I was kind of curious about the Don Lemon video. I haven't mentioned this, chat, but we do have a poll going. A poll for what? A poll for bonus content. Bonus content is what happens if we get that dono goal from 30% where it's at right now to 100% by the end of the stream. And that means I stay up a little bit later, hang out with you, and watch another segment. Will that segment be Francesca on Zateo, New Philosophy Tube / Inyo Studios, Emma versus the Vanguard on AOC, or will it be a Shaky Gurga debate, possibly with Don Lemon? Possibly with Don Lemon. It's up to you to decide, and you can decide by voting. 170 of you have already. If you haven't voted yet, feel free to vote. The vote is over on YouTube. And that is part of what determines the outcome. The other thing that determines the outcome is when you let me know in chat after donating which of these topics you want to see, and I turn your donation into a bonus percentage for the topic of your choice, and give it a little boost. Who knows? Maybe it'll win. You never know until you try. But yeah, if you're supporting the channel through a super chat, a super sticker, through giving yourself a membership, or gifting others memberships, if you're supporting me over on Throne, or if you're signing up for my Patreon, or if you're one of those awesome people that supports me on Twitch, because you know that that's the only way that I get paid, thanks to Dan Saltman and Destiny and their successful campaign to essentially demonetize political streamers on Twitch. I appreciate all of that, and all of that makes the bonus meter go higher. If it gets to 100, we stay up a little later. We do a little extra content. So that's where we're at right now. But and that's, yeah, Shaky Gurga debate. I shouldn't have put that. I don't know how many people. Does everybody know who Shaky Gurga is? Do we need to do some Shaky Gurgas in chat?
Huh? I don't threaten to do stuff. I just do them. That's stupid. Threatening to do stuff is such a pussy move. Like, it's such a pussy no balls move. Don't threaten it, do it. Do it or don't do it. But hey man, if it caused eventually people like Pixie to come forward in some weird long domino way, we'll take it. Sure, why not? Sure, why not?
Shaky Gurga.
Maybe no balls. Real G's move in silence. Yeah. Have some character. Have a spine. Do it. Yeah. But to be fair, their breakup was inevitable. I mean, yeah, 100%. The breakup was inevitable.
Jink has debated Destiny, maybe more than once. on Kyle Rittenhouse, if I remember correctly.
The breakup was inevitable. I'm just like taking an opportunity to finally clear my name and say that I'm not a pussy. I don't threaten people. I just do it, okay? All right, that's just... Let's just be real.
I didn't realize Denims was badass like this. Okay. Oh my god, it's just gonna roll right forward to that, isn't it?
That's such crazy aura.
Huh. No, I didn't realize. I had no idea that and like Denims was real clear that she doesn't think that she's not trying to say that this is on the level of, some of the things that other people have experienced, but it's kind of different. And you're sort of seeing the other side of, how Destiny is acting towards female streamers on Twitch and other places. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, what else do we have? Turkey Tom. Oh my god, chat. Are we really gonna watch Turkey Tom? Turkey Tom Erudite. That we haven't seen yet. The other thing I was thinking of is maybe watching more of the Dan thing. I know that there's been a lot of content. In fact, there's even been a lot of Dan tent. Like Dan tent in and of itself has been pretty profuse.
So the same day that
and somewhat profane.
the Destiny allegation stuff initially went public, I got reached out to.
Oh my god, chat! This feels so weird. Why are we watching Turkey Tom? It's because he's got the interview with Not So Erudite.
By Erudite, Not So Erudite, or Kyla. She's Destiny's co-host of the Bridges podcast. She has a business with him.
Was I saying it like Erudite? Was I putting an extra syllable in it?
And she also was seen in the DMs interacting with Pixie, the alleged victim of the allegations. And basically she wanted to talk to me about her position based on the fact that
that's a good question, general public. Does anybody know? I feel like I've heard various things. I don't think that... Yeah, the Erudite, well, I don't want to spoil it too much for you, but in this debate, or I shouldn't call it a debate. Why am I calling it a debate? It's an interview. It's an interview. It's Tom interviewing Erudite. It's not a debate. He's actually not very confrontational, especially in the beginning. Did I watch Nicholas DiOrio's vids? I think, did we watch any of... No, I think we watched President Sunday talk to Nicholas DiOrio.
there have been a lot of DMs leaked where it looked like she was kind of trying to, at least from my perspective, initially cover for Destiny and maybe help him out and quell the situation from going public. So she wanted to talk to me about that. And this video is that interview where we talk about it. We go into the DMs. We talk about her perspective and her intentions, and I questioned her a little bit on a variety of things regarding the situation. So I think the interview will mostly speak for itself as far as whatever people want to come to conclusions on. But yeah, without further ado, this is the Erudite interview. She personally said, "Hey, I saw a video where you said Destiny Erudite. I can understand how you came to that conclusion from the information that's available and the framing that's going on. If you're open to hearing me out, I'm down to talk to you about it in private. I'm also comfortable with you recording it and using that for content. I like you, and I think you're one of the few unbiased and responsible commentary YouTubers." So
he's reading, I guess, a DM from Erudite.
I feel like you might be open to getting my side with extra
you're right. It does sound like I'm using 4 syllables.
context and information. So we're going to be doing that. No word from Big D, but this is, I guess, the best we're going to get for now. I think he said he wouldn't be talking about this stuff pending certain legal action, so we'll talk to her about it. We'll see what she has to say. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be bad. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing all right. How are you?
It's been a day, been a long day.
Yeah, just to let you know, I'm recording already, in case there was any question, just so it's totally clear. So yeah, what did you wanted to talk about the Steve stuff that's going on?
Yeah, I figured I wanted to reach out to you, as I said, just because I think you're probably gonna be the most fair, but it also seems like so I'm only really gonna speak probably to my side, and then if you have questions, I'll answer what I can.
This is awkward.
And I guess like the main thing for me is it's when people are looking at the texts that I'm sending back and forth with Pixie, they're getting like a very clip-chimped version of the exchange. Just so you are aware, I've talked to Pixie about an hour and let her know that I was talking to you just to get consent. So I asked her basically if I could give you DMs.
Good night, Jethro.
To basically be like, the way I'm getting painted here is like really, really far from the truth, and I don't really know why.
You look like Ghislaine Maxwell.
I know.
Yeah.
And so I guess
What?
maybe start with like the first. So I called Pixie and she immediately was like, I'm so sorry. And just so it's clear, you can text her as well if you want, like on Discord.
I mean, I guess that's one way to break the ice. Jeez.
And confirm like everything you want with her. Like I'm not like
I think he's joking though. That's what makes this so weird. Like, I don't think he's serious. It doesn't sound like she's taking that as like, you know, a offense. I don't know. So like at various points, Tom has been accused of sweeping for Destiny. I know that's definitely Sunday's take on Tom and some other people. That he's on the side of, you know, kind of minimizing the harm to Destiny. I don't know if he would say that Tom still is, given where this is all gone. There's not a lot of people that don't have like a vested interest in a vested interest, like vested financial interest in Destiny's continued existence. There's not a lot of people that don't fit that description that are still in it for Destiny. But yeah, I mean, this was when they were, I think it was Chud, Tom, Diorio, and Augie playing Call of Duty. And that's when initially people started talking about, who was sweeping for Destiny, why hadn't the story come forward?
she's totally fine with it. She mostly just feels really bad about this. So this was the text that she sent me today, just so you have an idea of like where I'm coming from. And
Willie Mack is sweeping for Destiny. The last I saw, Willie Mack actually did a Tyler Oliveira video.
That she is like agreeing. She knows that I'm sending you these texts. The only thing is that if there's receipts that you want to ask for, I'm happy to give them. I just want to make sure that I send them to her as well, because I feel like it's like the one thing that hasn't happened in this whole situation is like her consent being included. So
yeah, it's her story, of course.
Yeah. So I just want you to be clear that like I'm being very intentional about that. And if there's things that I don't answer, I apologize. There's just
so I can show this text you're sending.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me see here. So this says, let's see here. Hey, I'm still worried for you. Are you okay no matter what? Please never hesitate to reach out. She says, hi, Kyla. I'm sorry for not getting back to you earlier. I've just been really overwhelmed with the situation. I didn't consent to President Sunday receiving those messages at all. I feel like they painted both of us in a really bad and untrue light. I really appreciate that you care so much about me and have been checking on me so often, just asking if I'm okay. I don't think you'd go that far if you didn't care. I feel really guilty and bad because I didn't expect things to get leaked like this at all. Okay. So I guess you're just showing here that you guys are on good terms, basically. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess the biggest question for me would be from the DMs, and I did prepare. I pulled up a bunch of them, so we can kind of, if you don't mind, we can go through them. In a moment here,
that'll be perfect. I can kind of show you the context around the DMs that you have as well.
Okay, perfect. So the biggest thing for me is that it looks like you're essentially playing mediator for Destiny so that he doesn't have to directly talk to the alleged victim. It looks like that's what's happening here. You're playing mediator. You're trying to diminish consequences for him, and diminish sort of culpability for him by not having him have to admit anything outright in a DM in regards to what happened in the situation. The situation being that it seems to be the case, at least, that he essentially got an explicit video of them together and then sent that to someone without her consent. To your knowledge, is that true? Did he do that?
So I also, just to be clear, I already told Destiny that this is what I was going to say to you as well. So everyone's just like fully consented, and I can again show you all the DMs of me letting him know that this was what I was going to be saying. When I confronted him in Miami in like early December, when I went down in person, because I wanted to talk to him in person, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I asked him, did she know you were recording? And did she consent to it? He said that she did know about the recording, like she's aware, she did consented to the actual filming of it, but he said specifically, probably not. Like it was 3 years ago, I don't remember specifically, and like things were open like this, but yeah, probably not. I didn't get like explicit consent. And I said, Stephen, that's really fucked up. Like that's not okay. And so
That's bad.
just to be clear, he would say, I didn't completely say, but I read that very strongly as him acknowledging that he did not have consent to give it.
Right. Okay. I guess the biggest question from there would be, once you had that conversation with him, and that was, you said December of
Early
year?
December. Yeah.
2024?
Yep.
Okay. So you guys had that conversation. How did things develop from there?
Yeah. So I was notified. So when the leaks happened, I was having like a community event. So I wasn't actually aware of the leaks until I think just like honestly, like a random person messaged me being like, have you seen this? And I was like, no. I still actually haven't looked at the leaks. I have like personally just a policy about never looking at like leaked nudes and stuff. But that's back. So this is back before I talked to Destiny or Pixie. That's when I reached out to Straight because I was hearing that it might be Pixie. And I figured if it was her, I was also hearing that she's saying it wasn't her. And so I was like, if it was or wasn't her, I don't really want to put her on the hot seat with like.
Yeah, I was trying to think of who would we get for this as the special investigator?
Me talking to her and making her feel confronted. So I'm just gonna like check and
maybe we can bring Chris Hansen into the space.
See, because to me, if he didn't even have consent to record the video, then this is a whole different ballgame. Like it's a whole different plan of action of like how I am gonna process what's going on.
Right. But to your knowledge, he did have consent to record, just not to share it.
Yeah, or at least consent to have it. I don't know if he recorded it or she recorded it and sent it to him. I'm not actually familiar with like how the video was made. But yeah, it sounds like he had consent to have the nude in the sex tape, but not to send it out. That's what Aaron said to me. And I was like, okay, well, thank fuck he didn't record somebody without
Aaron
them even
is
knowing.
Straight.
Yes, Aaron is Straight. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So you found that out. Sorry.
I texted Pixie. Yeah. So after that, I texted Pixie. So for context, Pixie and I have been friends for like well over a year. Like we're not just two orbiters, but we worked in PV together. When I'm in Miami,
we're more than just orbiters
all the time, independent of Steven. Like we have our own friendship. We've been good friends for at least a year. So as soon as Aaron confirmed to me what was going on, I was like, okay, now I feel comfortable like checking in with her and seeing how she's doing. Texted her and she basically like immediately told me like everything that was going on. And I was like, okay, holy shit. I believe let me just check because I don't want to give you wrong information. I believe we've called a bunch because I checked in on her a bunch as well.
No.
Wait, so people are saying started out as a victim, but sided with her perpetrator and became his biggest accomplice, helping victimize others on purpose. I guess I don't know that much about the history. Maybe she talks about that. No, there's no way. She doesn't talk about that, does she? In this interview,
it was all over text. Yeah, it was not on Discord. It was all over text. Okay. So December 12th, I texted her and I was like, "Hey." She was like, "Hi." And I said, "Do you want to chat or just have a friend? I'm really worried about you."
She responds. Once you found out about the stuff that was going on with the videos of her being public.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So I reach out. I don't know. You don't probably need me to read everything, but basically she tells me that she's feeling a little bit suicidal, but she's not planning to kill herself immediately. And she's like trying to figure out like what to do about this situation. I respond, that tells me everything. I'm really sorry. I won't begin to tell you. I understand because I don't, but I do care. And I do want to see you safe and find peace. Do you mind if I ask to spend some time with you? She said yes. We make a plan to meet up. And then we meet up December 13th. We're talking about the time. I send her a restaurant. We go against that one. Malua. Okay, Friday, December 13th. There we go.
So
Friday,
you guys
December
met up
13th.
in real life and had a conversation about how to proceed.
Yeah, and how she's doing. Because at this point,
Had you talked to Destiny, Steven,
No,
about this
I wanted-
stuff?
I had heard about it at this
I gotta get my
and he
food.
had basically like the only thing he had said is being like, "Hey, I'm worried about Pixie. Like, I think she's suicidal. Like, you should like if you want, you should probably check on her." And I was like,
He
"Okay, thank
told
you."
you that he was worried about her being suicidal.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
you
but he
then
didn't-
go check up on her. You meet up in real life, and what?
Yes, but I
what-
texted her beforehand, just to be clear. I'd already texted her about wanting to meet up and talk anyways, and
Yeah.
he just gave me the extra information. She's suicidal.
Okay. How did that
yeah.
conversation with her go?
It went honestly really, really well. I will say, so like part of when I went into it was I was trying to evaluate like how suicidal, how serious the risk was, and like where she was at, just because I don't know if you're familiar with my background, but I've obviously had a lot of experience with suicidal people. And so like the first goal for me was to be like, are you like an acute risk to yourself? Like, what needs to happen? If not, what can we do instead to kind of help you get out of like this place? In that conversation, basically, she kind of told me about how she's been suicidal like most of her life, how she's been struggling a lot. But the concerning part to me in that conversation, I guess, like what more specifically was pertinent was she was actively cutting off friends so that to prepare for suicide. So she was cutting off friends so that if she did and opted to kill herself, it would hurt them less. So at this point, she had broken up with a couple of friends and stopped responding, and a couple of friends were trying to hang out with her and she wasn't responding to them. I don't think she probably wants any of the names of the friends leaked. At least she said, like, please don't give any of the names out. So you can check with her separately if she wants to give you names. But yeah, just different friends in Miami. Yeah.
That's fine. I believe that she was suicidal over having her news leaked. And before that point in time, that's fair. Okay, so
yeah. So importantly, though, she had a stockpile of pills. So I asked her straight out. I was like, okay, so I need to know, like, do you have means? Like, how would you like if you're planning to do it? Do you have a plan? She's like, yes, probably pills. And I was like, do you have the pills right now? And she was like, yes, I do. And I was like, okay, that's pretty serious. So we continued talking, and basically I shifted into like, I'm not gonna lie, like a suicide intervention conversation where basically you talk with your friend, you figure out how things are going on, you understand them, and you try to find things that they feel tether them to life, right? And so one thing that she really cared about is she does care about her friends. She doesn't want to hurt them. Another thing she cares about is she does want to see like some level of like justice for this.
I don't even know that much about their politics, Jerry. Like, is Erudite, I've like kind of a centrist, like maybe even more so than Destiny. I feel like I remember Erudite saying, you know, like being not identifying as left in any way.
Situation. She thinks what he did was wrong. And to be clear, I agree with her. I've told Steven that. I've told her that. Like I've never minced words about being like, yeah, he did something really wrong here.
You, to be clear, going into that conversation, you didn't know that the video was shared unconsensually?
No, because Aaron had already told me like a week before. So I was already aware. Yeah. I wanted to talk to Pixie, and then I wanted to talk to Steven to see how he would respond afterwards.
Okay, so during the conversation with Pixie, did she? Because you talked about her suicidality. Do you guys talk about other stuff in terms of like how she was feeling about it, or her?
I never really thought about it, but Destiny is pretty centrist already, right? So if she's you know in any way centrist in comparison to Destiny, that I don't know. I literally don't know though. Like if anybody knows, like. More than I do. I don't know. I don't know anything about Not So Erudite.
Recourse. I mean, you said she wanted to seek justice. Was she thinking about a lawsuit at that point in time?
So we talked about a bunch of her options. She was like, she had looked into a lawsuit at that point. Fuck, I don't know how much I can say about her lawsuit, but basically it wasn't something she wanted to consider for a couple of legal reasons that I probably would let her describe. But one reason I think can be fully public would be that she didn't want her name out there. I think she said that in DMs to Steven as well.
Okay.
That got leaked today. So she was very worried about if she does a civil suit, her name will have to be publicly attached to the civil suit. And so she was like, I really don't want to consider a lawsuit. And I said, like, I guess I'll show you text as well where I reiterate this, but the entire time with Pixie, my entire approach has been, you get to steer the boat. Like, you get to decide how you want to respond, and you can decide that you don't want a lawsuit today, and you can change your mind a week from now, and all of that's okay. Like, all of
This does feel like therapy speak.
that's okay.
Okay.
We talked about how she could maybe talk to him like privately, but she was really nervous too. So this is where she basically was like, I can't remember if she brought it up first or I, but basically her being like maybe you can see what he'd be willing to do like for me. She was like, I feel like you really, really understand emotionally where I'm coming from. I did a lot of like paraphrasing of like, it seems like your biggest concern right now is like justice because you feel like you've been wronged and there's no direction for you to correct the situation. And you've been betrayed by your friend in like a pretty major way. And there's nothing for you to do that doesn't kind of publicly implicate you. And so you want to work with him privately to find a better resolution that you feel at peace with. She's like, yes, that's exactly what I want. I want to know that he's not going to do this again, right? That was her orientation in the conversation. So we talked about a couple of strategies about how she could do that. I was like, you could message him. You could go through like other people to message him. You could go through a civil lawsuit. You can take 5 days and just like think about it. Like, you don't have to decide right now, but just like, let me know what you'd like. And that's when she was like, yeah, I think I'd really appreciate if you just like told him where I'm at, communicate like emotionally. She's like, I feel like when I communicate with him, like he's not understanding it. I don't feel really understood. And I feel like you do understand me. And I said, okay, yeah, I'm happy to communicate how you're feeling to him.
Okay. So then from there, you go and talk to him. At which point you already know based on what Straighter Aid said that it seemed like it was shared unconsensually. What did he say?
I think she confirmed that. So Pixie also confirmed that when we met.
Okay. All right.
And that's when he said to me, so when I confronted him, I said, did she agree to it? And he said, probably not. It was like 3 years ago, so I don't remember exactly. And I didn't think it would be a big deal, but yeah, probably not. So I took that as him saying no. To be clear, he never said to me, I guess, explicitly no, which is probably something that he might take contention with. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. So you guys have that conversation. So at that point, Pixie wants some kind of justice, doesn't want her name out there. Obviously what Steve's position is. Where does it go from there? From here, you kind of start mediating conversations between them and what he.
This does start to feel a little bit familiar, chat. And when I'm saying familiar, I'm saying in comparison, I don't know. Something about this is striking me. I can't be the first one to say this, right? Something about this whole situation is like reminiscent of the whole Miskiv situation. Like the whole Maya and Mitch being sent to try to influence. Again, allegedly, Chad, I've been told that Miskiv is very litigious.
He wants versus what she wants.
Well, at first I basically go like a big part of this was, okay, he said to me, like in my recollection and my perception of the conversation, it felt like he was saying like more or less like, I mean, yeah. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, this is a big fuck up. Like,
did he recognize how bad it was?
Yes. He's like, I know. And I was like, it's really bad. And he's like, I know. And he was like, he's like, okay, I don't know. I think publicly he hasn't said what he's doing like legally behind the scenes.
Like a really bad fuck up is forgetting to file your taxes or something, like where you fill out your taxes and you forget to take them to the post office that's a really big fuck up, right? That feels like an understatement. And it's also like not a fuck up. It's a systematic. It's a pattern of behavior. This is not a fuck up. This is not an incident. This is not a whoopsie, this is not a, I mean, I guess the only thing that they're seeing as a whoopsie is the fact that they were leaked. So it's, in other words, he's not disappointed with himself for what he did. He's disappointed for not getting away with it.
So I like literally can't tell you that, but he told me a number of things just because like I don't want to get caught up in a lot of the lawsuits in part. And secondly, I think if some of the things get public, it could like implicate part of what's trying to be done from both sides, I think, as far as like investigation and stuff. So he basically like told me what he was doing behind the scenes as far as like what to do. And then he also, I was like sitting there being like, okay, but like, what did you say? Like when she first approached you, I was like pushing him. And he was like, fuck, like, I don't know. He's like, if you want, you can just read our entire DMs. Like, I can show you our entire DMs of, like, what I said to her so that you know, like, how I responded. And I was like, to be honest, I would appreciate that. So
Are these the same DMs that already got leaked, or is this a different conversation?
Fuck, I would need to look. I think
At this moment, you're saying Zara's probably scrambling a legal defense and has been planning on minimizing damage to himself by the time it goes public. If he can't keep it, yeah, he's got to have thought of that.
almost all of my exact ones that got leaked, except rather than it being like clipped up into little images, it would be like the entire thing, and like their whole conversation, which has lots of extras in it, but more or less, I think what's been leaked.
Okay. And what was your impression of that conversation once you read that?
Basically, I read that as, okay, so he knows that he's done wrong. And when she brings it to him, the first thing that he does is basically say, I'm really sorry. Like, there's no excuse, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm glad that at least, like, when she's talking to him, he's, like, fully acknowledging, like, he fucked up here. Him and I read through some of the plan. I think some of the plan is probably excluded, like, what he's doing, like, behind the scenes and legally. And he also talked to me about the money offer. And I was like, why did you offer her money? And he was like, well, he's like, I know it looks scummy, but I also know she's like applying for LSAT. So I just figured like, it's not much, but it's something I can do to help because she's fucked, like she got fucked over. She did nothing wrong.
Doesn't that kind of read as like him offering her money for some benefit in exchange for her silence?
To be honest, I really didn't read it that way. Particularly because it's like caveated with like, I know that this looks scummy, especially now that I have full context, I realize
what?
The idea actually came from Aaron, and then he suggested to her like, I believe within an hour, if I'm looking at the times correctly, like he immediately suggested it to her. So it's coming from somebody now I realize even that was in his mind talking to her and communicating like what she wanted. And my understanding as well is that was something that is probably the right thing to do. Like he should probably, if she's like doesn't want to go public or anything, and because of that she can't like sue him. If he's remorseful and like wants to take accountability for his actions, he should like probably pay for therapy and like probably her living for a while to like help her out. Basically, like that seemed like alongside the other stuff that he was doing. To be honest, like the right response. If I'm being honest,
it really does feel like she's managing risk. Not, I mean, I'm not saying she doesn't care about Pixie, but it really does feel like it's all oriented around, yeah, whatever you need to not be mad enough to go public with this.
I mean, I guess the concern for me is like, Pixie, I mean, in her own statement, she said that there's, I think she said 3 people total, her and 2 other people that he's seemingly done this to. And I mean, obviously it's her decision whether or not it goes public, but the problem with it maybe not going public at some point is he doesn't face actual repercussions for his actions, which is like public scrutiny, right? Because if he gets it in his head, he can just pay his way out of these situations. And to be clear, he has enough money to do that. He can pay for her law school and still be okay. It's like, what incentive is there for him to not do it again in the future if he thinks he might be able to get away with it?
Yeah, this is why when I talked to Pixie, I told her like if you want to sue him, I like support you in doing that. I've never said anything different with her. I think that's like fully within her right.
I'm trying to remember who said, yeah, like Destiny community kind of feels like a cult where they don't feel like they fit into left-wing politics or right-wing politics or mainstream politics since they are super edgy but centrist. I can't remember who it was that said that. Maybe it was, no, it wasn't. Who could it have been? I remember hearing somebody say that the DGG community was made up of like ex right wingers. I think maybe it was Hasan. Like a lot of them are like ex right wingers who are liberal now in order to be able to virtue signal while they continue their toxic. Like I don't know. There was a certain way. I think it was Hasan had of describing your average DGGer.
I just know for her, I guess to be specific, she explicitly told me that if this stuff became more public, that was the thing that made her want to kill herself. She was terrified of like family finding out. She was terrified of like friends and stuff finding out and like seeing this content. And she was like, that was the thing like driving her suicidality was the publicity of it, which is why she didn't want to go to like civil court, right? So then I'm like, what's if the publicity part is attached to the suit, which she said she talked to lawyers, I just believed her. It sounds like that's also correct. Then it's like, what's the next best thing for her? Because I think that she deserves something. But
So what was your kind of goal throughout all of this? Because obviously puts you in a very awkward position where on one hand you're trying to help out your friend, but at the same time, I mean, you're I don't know if you're employed by Destiny, but you work with him. Obviously,
we
he's
co-own
helping
a
you out a
business
lot.
together.
Yeah, right. So like what kind of position are you in at that point? Like how are you feeling? Are you thinking like, can I continue working with this guy if he's doing this kind of stuff? Are you thinking of cutting him off? Like what kind of position is that putting you in?
I mean, before I sent the message to Aaron, I was talking to my husband, like to Nick, and I was like, if he recorded somebody without their knowledge and sent it out, like I don't think I can, like I don't know what to do. I don't think I can work with. That's a line I can't. I don't fuck with that shit. Like that's insane.
And that's apparently happened now.
And it sounds like I know recently, like Cherry has made some statements. Just to be clear, I don't know anything about those leaks, and so like
Destiny's community or ex anti SJWs. Destiny's community doesn't vote. Yeah, that might be true, but that doesn't mean that you can't vote. Chat, 188 of you have voted on bonus content. 40% of you, of those 188 votes, are for Francesca Fiorentini, her new show on Zeteo. 28% of those votes are for Emma versus the Vanguard, the little disagreement among friends. On AOC at 28%. 18% of you are voting for a Shiki Gurga debate. And 14% want to see the new Philosophy Tube / Innuendo Studios collab. So you can still vote if you haven't voted already. The other way that you could influence the poll is when you donate, you could let me know in the chat which of these topics you most want to see. And yeah, if we hit the dono goal, we're 30% there right now. If we get to 70% by the end of the stream, then I'll stick around and I'll do an extra segment. And it could be any of those segments. But yeah, vote to make your vote heard. And when you donate, let me know in the chat which one of these you want to see. That goes for super chats, super stickers. You get yourself a membership. If you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or sign up for my Patreon, or if you're supporting me on Twitch, which again, greatly appreciate thanks to the fact that Dan Saltman, Destiny et al. Have demonetized effectively every Twitch political streamer.
I don't know. I need to figure out what's going on with those additional leaks, because like a pretty hard line for me is like if somebody
Mom is actually a turkey. I get that feeling. Yeah, I actually do.
Yeah, if somebody does according to somebody else, that's a pretty hard line for me.
Right. Well, even outside of the recording, I mean, the question of whether or not the recording was consented to, the spreading around certainly wasn't from your perspective. Is that enough to draw a line
100%.
or no?
So that it's not for me. The issue is that what was a line for me.
Does anybody know, did this take place before Cherry made her tweet?
Before I was like, okay, if she did consent to the recording but not to the spreading around, which I'm assuming that she hadn't, then I said what matters to me is like how he responds. Is he trying to fix it? Is he being remorseful? Is he like reaching out to her to like find some level of solution? If that's like his initial response, that to me is a lot more meaningful. Because it's like,
I guess my question would be like, why do you draw a line there? Like, it's not like he slipped on a banana peel, like he You know, he was in one of his goon sessions and he decided to send a video to some random Discord e-girl of Pixie.
Even that I feel like is giving him too much of the benefit of the, it was just a moment of weakness or whatever. I mean, I don't know. That's not a moment of weakness. That's a fucking line that you don't cross.
Engaging with him, like, why would, I mean, obviously he had to have known that, whether or not he was the one to leak it to the public, he had to have known that he's running the risk of that video being publicized when he's sending a video of, him and another person sexually interacting to someone random that he met on Discord, or even somebody he may have trusted, right? Like, if Pixie didn't consent, he had to have known he ran the risk of that being publicized in some way, considering how much public scrutiny there is around Destiny, and frankly, how many people would love to have a video of him engaging in that, as we've seen from the Twitter stuff, right? Like, is that not something he should have been pretty, I don't know, forward thinking about?
Yeah, I agree that, like, the issue is, like, it's not that I'm not saying it wasn't a fuck up. Like, I agree that it was a fuck up, and I think it was a massive betrayal of trust. Just to me, like, recording somebody and then without their knowledge and leaking it is like a full on, like, it's a.
Yeah, I mean, I look, I don't think that being a horn dog in and of itself is a problem. I don't think that's a bad thing. That's not the problem. It's a ethical choice regarding, lines that you do or do not cross, even when you're in whatever kind of goon state Destiny found himself in.
Pretty, like,
I just don't want to give horn dogs a bad name.
sexually invasive crime.
That's what Turkey Tom looks like. Were you expecting a turkey?
Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fun.
Are they both Destiny orbiters? So okay, so now here's an area of controversy, right? Turkey Tom and some other streamers were accused of minimizing, of sweeping, of knowing, stuff and not coming forward with it because of their relationship to Destiny. Now, Tom, I can't remember when it was, but there was something that Destiny did that was one bridge too far. And since then, Tom has been, just completely avoiding Destiny. So he did, I guess, used to, I don't know, would he call himself an orbiter?
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Dom fuckery has room for orbiters.
Oh no.
2025 might be his year.
Oh no, that's scary. That's the really dodgy orbit. Betrayal of trust, yeah, more than just a fuck up. Definitely. Lonerbox has fully distanced himself from Destiny and his community over the Pixie situation. Yeah, and I don't remember what it was, but it was before this happened, right? So, I mean, look, Tom does have a little bit of an alibi that he's not currently in a business relationship. And was it? No, maybe it was. When did Tom? Was it after the original leaks? Is that when Tom? I don't remember what the event was, but I do remember that, prior to this, Tom has kind of distanced himself.
Just a more common issue that people do. It's definitely, in my experience, not the first time that somebody has, like, leaked nudes. I think it's really bad. I think it's not okay. Like, when you hear about, like, guys, like, showing other guys, like, tits that some girls shunt her, like, I think it's gross, and there's a reason I don't look at it.
I mean that's I agree, it's less severe, but
so this isn't
a bunch of high schoolers, right? This is a 35-year-old guy who's doing this.
Sure, but the law.
Tree of Logic is done with him. The last time I saw a Tree of Logic talk to Destiny, Tree was going pretty hard on him.
And morals are different, right? In the case of, like, recording somebody against their consent and then releasing it against their consent is a totally different action to me than, like, having it sent to them and then thinking it would stay private because they're sending it to somebody else and giving it to somebody else, which they shouldn't have done. Like, these are just the intention and everything behind it is a lot different to me.
So is your concern entirely the legality versus the morality? Like, is the morality not really a big question for you?
No, I think morality is a really big question. But I'm saying that basically, to some degree, I suppose I'm saying I agree with the law here. I agree with the law drawing a line here saying like this is a even more severe act.
Clearly, crystal clear says mental gymnastics.
Both are really bad. The issue is that one of them is like criminologically bad, and the other one is like, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay. So you were okay with working with the piece of shit, to be clear.
I was willing to work with somebody who fucked up and then also showed remorse and was like,
Yeah, it's weird. Like on one hand, she's not the only one. Like we saw some of this from Dan too. Like they felt the need to performatively condemn Destiny while at the same time maintaining that he is an amazing human being that that this space needs. I don't know. It doesn't really match up. Doesn't
like willing to try to help the person that he fucked over and correct it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess moving on from that interaction. So where did the kind of conversation go from there once you had gotten his side and gotten her side? You, at that point, a lot of the DMs seem to be you kind of mediating, talking to her about what she wants versus what Steven is willing to provide and do. What was your kind of perspective on those interactions? Before we get into the specific stuff, I guess just overarchingly, what was your goal there?
Sorry, I think I'm not understanding your question. Could you just rephrase it?
I guess, okay. What was your goal past that point once you found out what he had apparently done and you seemingly got confirmation? Once you found out how her feelings were on it, what was your goal past that point? Was it just to help Pixie out? Was it to protect Destiny from the allegations?
No. So like this is the biggest frustration. I don't know if you've seen the Fairy Queen leaks or whatever. I don't know why people keep saying this. They keep saying that I asked her to delete the comment, but you can just read my message. I explicitly tell her I'm messaging her because I don't want her to remove the comment. I want her to remove the identifying piece where she talks about like friends, because I don't want anything that could narrow it to Pixie, because the main thing that Pixie has said to me over and over is the publicity piece. So the only thing that I have cared about by and large has been following what Pixie feels that she needs in that moment, right? Listening to like what she's asking for. There are certain things it's possible that she could ask me to do where I'd be like, I'm not comfortable facilitating this, right? But saying something like, please don't make my...
I'm trying to figure out. So this to me looks like Discord DMs. And I'm saying that because the last message that Fairy Queen sent was responded to by a bot saying your message could not be delivered. That's what happens when someone I don't know, like what, unfriends you on Discord or blocks you. So maybe this is she seems to be talking about something that happened on Discord or something that Fairy Queen posted or put forward that confirms the identity of the victim. And so this would have been the reason for Erudite to DM Fairy Queen. I get that you're mad at me. That's fair. We've all got our differences. But I wanted to ask you to think about the people involved in the leaks. I've been talking to them. They really want as little attention as possible. Your comment is kind of confirming that it's them, which they're denying, and drawing more attention to it. For their sake, I'd really appreciate if you consider removing your comment. Then Fairy Queen says, do you acknowledge that Melina is claiming Steven shared these videos without her consent? Have you confronted Steven privately about this? And will you disassociate from him for sharing another woman's tapes without her consent? And then Erudite is like, gotcha. I am not an extension of Steven. You're not a feminist? Yeah. But I guess what she's hanging it on is that this first part, which is speaking about at least saying that the rationale for not saying whatever Queen said in Discord is that, you know, Pixie hasn't gone public with this.
In public, please don't address it publicly, and please like try to keep it as quiet as possible. 110% I'm going to do that. Like, no question.
So
And
you say
if
the
you look at
Fairy
the Fairy
Queen
Queen
leaks,
message,
do you mean is this message, right? Let me just to confirm with you.
yes. So if you
Okay.
read, I get that you're mad. That's fair. Your comment is kind of confirming that it's them, which they're denying and drawing more attention to their. I'd really appreciate if you considered removing that part of your comment, right? Just that part. And there's a reason that I didn't just delete it immediately, because I'm fine with the discussion of it. I'm fine with people like talking about whether Destiny's a piece of shit. I think all of that is really.
Wait, so is Erudite a Discord mod in addition to a podcast co-host, or what did she say, like a co-owner of the?
Valid. But what's not valid is like making Pixie's plight worse. That's not valid. And like until she decides that she wants to go public, I'm not taking.
Yeah, Alan, I'm surprised about that too. I don't understand that kind of come on. I don't know, working. Like, it's almost like a resume, but much more. Oh my god. Obviously invasive. Obviously invasive, and but I mean, like, do you see, like, the only thing I can think that that him putting forward, pictures of him in action with other people, right? The only way I can imagine that works is like as a resume. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a fucked up thing to do to, like, these are people. They're not. Oh my god.
That from her.
Right. So here, Fairy Queen asks, they say, to acknowledge that Melina is claiming Steven shared these videos without her consent. Have you confronted Steven about this? Will you dissociate from him for sharing another woman's sex tapes without her consent? You said, gotcha, I'm not an extension of Steven, you're not a feminist, and you blocked her. What, were you blocking her because it seemed like she wasn't going to edit her comment, or because you didn't want to answer these questions publicly? Like, what was the concern here, I guess?
It basically seems like, so Fairy Queen and I have a history, just to be clear. A really weird history, where she constantly is accusing me of things and then coming to me behind the scenes to like help with suicidality or certain things. And the reality is that if somebody's life is at risk and they need help, I'm just going to give it. I'm always going to give it. And so Fairy Queen at this point and I had two separate interactions where she had come to me because somebody she knew or a friend of hers was suicidal, and she was looking for like steps about how to handle it. And I helped her every single time. One of the times was also a mutual friend, like Xena. All that stuff is very, very public. I did a lot of the similar stuff with Xena. I met up with her. I think with Xena, I actually spent a night at her house just to like keep her safe when she was really distressed. Xena, I also did like multiple safety calls for her, where like I reported like as she was attempting like to the police and stuff like that. So Fairy Queen has this weird dynamic where she keeps coming to me for help with stuff, which I'm always willing to, but then she'll also be like, but why are you such a piece of shit? Why are you friends with Destiny? He's a horrible person. And I'm just like, look, like if somebody needs help, I'm always willing to. There's lots of things I disagree with Steven about. But yes, I'm still willing to work with him. So that's part of what's driving this. When she like sent all those questions, I was like, oh, so every time she said like one thing that she really cares about is women, I don't know if I believe her, because it seems like she's willing to hurt Pixie to like get at Steven.
Is Fairy Queen? I'm not sure. I thought I knew who Fairy Queen was, but
I'm not interested. And at that point, I blocked her and deleted the comment.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, with that out of the way, I think the thing I wanted to go over next would be all the text messages between you and Pixie that got leaked. Now, before we get into that, I guess my question would be, from you, do you know the way that these text messages, it looks like iMessage, do you know the way these texts got leaked? How did this end up getting out? Who was this sent to that ended up sending it to someone that ended up getting it publicly? What was the chain of events here?
It sounds like Pixie sent it to Aaron, trying to like basically like, this is what Kyla's saying. Pixie and I have talked. She's also willing. Her and Aaron aren't talking anymore. But she is willing to, like, if need be. Obviously, she wants to be as publicly implicated as possible. So if you need it, you can probably reach out. But also, I don't have it because I didn't ask for it. But basically, she was constantly telling Aaron, like, what do you think about this? This is what Kyla's suggesting. And Aaron was saying, like, I think she's being sneaky. And Pixie was being like, I don't think she's being sneaky. So I think the only text she has is because those are the specific screenshots that Pixie
Very Queen was a fan trying to be an orbiter.
sent to Aaron. I'm not 100% confident. From my understanding, Aaron directly leaked them to Sunday. I think Beckett of Crabs or whatever, he covers all the leaks on stream. It sounds like Sunday got them directly from her. I don't know how Beckett got them. I think some people are saying it. I think it might have been through Smugbug because Aaron's good friends with Smugbug. I don't know though. I have no idea how Beckett got the DMs, and I don't know if Nicholas got it from Beckett or from Sunday or like what the transaction is after that. I have no idea.
Okay, and I haven't seen Pixie directly talk about Sunday or I guess maybe Bad Empanada is someone that people are talking about right now, but I saw her just let me find her tweet real quick. In her thread,
Is a large content creator scheduled to implode every winter or something? I sort of seems like it.
It said something to the effect of let me see here, I've got it. Okay, so she said, if you're a leftist who has talked about the situation without so much as contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me. I know I shouldn't elaborate more, but I think one of the worst parts of what's happened is learning how so many people I genuinely thought were my friends are so easily willing to betray me. I don't understand what I've done to them to make them want to treat me like this. So do you know who she's talking about here, or is she not willing to?
I'm speculating it's Aaron. I didn't ask her specifically. I would speculate Aaron. I know she's feeling, she basically, I called her tonight and she was like, Kyla, I'm so sorry. And I was like, are you okay? And she was like, Aaron backstabbed me. Like Aaron backstabbed me. So I'm assuming it's Aaron. And Aaron is a leftist, but I genuinely have no idea. I would assume though.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, do you want to get into the text?
Sure. I think it's probably worth saying because
I don't know who this Aaron is.
I think people are like, the biggest question people have is like, why I'm sticking around Destiny.
That's
So I
the
just wanna-
question. Yes, yes, there we go. Look, I'm sorry. I should have this on hand. I should have this ready to go. Anytime. That you need to ask someone to please
Talk about the allegations!
Oh, it's Aaron. Thank you. Yeah, straight Aaron meaning
Because it
Aaron.
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Sometimes you just want somebody to talk about the allegations. And I think that applies to Erudite right now. That's what most people are thinking.
Answer that question, I think, a little bit more extensively, which is A, if something else comes out about the leaks, which is like more pernicious or criminal, I realize like I probably won't, but I don't engage with friendships in the way that it feels like people are kind of expecting me to, maybe in the public. I'm really staunch about like rehabilitation and like journeys and processes, which means that like if I have a friend who's done a bad thing, they're not like dead to me. I'm not just going to drop them immediately. I'm going to confront them, usually in a way that I think is most productive, particularly if they've done something.
Oh, you're so awesome. It must be just a coincidence that this lines up with your financial and career interests as well.
That I think not just violates like my values, but their own values. This isn't the first time I've confronted Stephen on different things. It's just the biggest thing that I've confronted him on. But there's been multiple times, like even in this like cutie Cinderella drama where he started like making fun of her. I was like, why are you doing this? Like, this isn't your values. Like, this is something you don't believe in. And he's like, yeah, you're right. Right. So I think if everyone just disowns people immediately for wrongdoing, like nothing works. I have like my entire dream is to like work with high risk, like my entire career previous to this was working with like drug addicts and juvenile delinquents, like people who've done really, really fucking bad shit. And so I don't know. I understand why people may be confused because maybe they don't feel similar, and I don't put this on anybody else. Like nobody else has to orient themselves towards Stephen or anyone else who's done something wrong like I do. But basically the moment that I saw like remorsefulness, accountability, and like a step-by-step plan of like how he was going to correct the issue, that's when I was like, okay, I can still work with this person because it's like the try and the accountability that matters to me, not just like the
Yeah, she's talking about dropping a friend, right? I think what she's being asked about is her professional relationship with Destiny. And even if like if somebody's a really good friend and you stick with them through something horrible that they've done, that's one thing. It's a totally different thing to continue to operate a business, to continue to be on a podcast.
actions on.
So I think that, that's somewhat understandable from, a friendship perspective. I think that the thing that people are going to bring up, though, is that you guys aren't just friends, you're business partners, and he's not just any business partner. He is, a massive liberal commentator who's constantly making moral judgments about other people's actions and behaviors. Meanwhile, he's got this going on. I mean, I think a big part of it is like, I think this really calls into question, like if he even has a right to criticize other people's character and morals when, it's one thing to be, to have everything else that he's done before, which, there's a lot, let's be honest, there's a lot, but I think this rivals all of that definitely, in terms of severity. And it calls into question, his respect for other people's consent to, their own news being leaked. It's like, now how can anyone possibly feel bad for him for getting his news leaked when he was doing that to someone else? There's a lot of questions around this. And I mean, even on top of that, I mean, he's trying to be a serious political activist and commentator. And he's, running around, messing around with all these Discord girls, sending, and I mean, this is not, to be clear, Pixie's not the only person who's been affected by this. I mean, there's been Lauren, obviously, in a different way, but he was sending messages not too long ago that they had shared together, seemingly in confidence, that ended up getting leaked.
Look at that.
His allegation, obviously, his ex-wife, who he, kind of painted as like a absolute crazy person. And there's this going on, so it's like, there's like, it kind of calls into question. I mean, even people are saying like, oh, Mr. Girl was right. It calls into question his entire.
Oh my God, that's Sam Cedar.
I mean, it's it's not just a question of,
this is
you and
too
him are
first,
just
chat.
buddies, right? You're business partners. He's a public figure. He's a public commentator where he talks to other people. I think that's a huge concern.
Yeah, but the issue, it just is no longer like, the issue is like, this isn't a moral concern.
Say it, don't say it, is the N word.
I think it's bad business strat. Probably to some degree, I suppose. Like, it's probably better that I diversify and like look elsewhere because he is a brand risk. The issue is that like, Steven does bad things. Steven was a piece of shit. He was negligent in this situation, right? He wasn't trying to hurt anyone, but he should have known better, and he does know better. And actions have consequences. And the reality is, like, I wanted to see this resolve in a better way for everyone, right? That's obviously like what I wanted. But when I was thinking about essentially like how I want to manage friendship versus business, I basically decided that when it comes to like business and friendship, there are certain things that I have to draw the line on because I want to run like a treatment center in the future. And I like, even friendships can't come before that. Because that's why I'm in social media, is to like gain the money and the network necessary.
He's a brand risk. It's got to be the understatement of the century.
Necessary to fund that without having to rely on like churches, basically. But I also decided that I want to act with my friends in the streaming world the way that I would act if the public eye wasn't like looking at everyone and there wasn't like optics and narratives that I had to like obsess with. Because I feel like so much of relationships on the internet get monetized in a way that just like leads to this like incredible like loneliness and isolation. And I'm just not willing to do that to my friends. And so like, business strategy wise, would it be better if I like drop Destiny or not? Like, there's probably arguments on either side. There's probably some people would be like, actually it wouldn't because he's such a huge platform. Actually it would because he's such a brand risk. And I think all of that's valid. But I think fundamentally the question that I've been operating with in this whole situation to this point has been, how do I want to conduct myself with my friends? Like how would I treat my friends if there wasn't going to be public scrutiny on top of this? Because I don't know, I guess that's the only way I can sleep myself and like in my mind like have some level of like consistency in how I treat people, because my friendship is going to be determined fundamentally by like who's in trouble now, right? And I don't know if you ever like watched the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, but it's like, who's in trouble now shouldn't be the way, if if I was close to Amber Heard or to Johnny Depp, shouldn't be the way that I engage with them as like a friend. I should try to figure out like what happened, what went wrong, what do you feel accountable for, and like trying to get as much information as possible, and speaking out when your friends do something wrong.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, I think it'd be good to get into the text. Is it about time, you think?
Yeah, you can do that.
All right, so the first one we have here, I'm just going in order from the Beckett video, is this one where looks like Pixie says, did you end up talking to Steven? And you say, not yet, Coleman canceled, so I ended up not coming in, but we'll be there Saturday. You're hinging a lot of my conversation with him. Other than what I mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? So is this prior to you, is this in between when you met with her in person and when you were going to talk to him about this stuff?
There we go. Okay, found it. Okay, did you end up blah, blah, blah? No, not yet. Let me see. Other than what is mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? Does it continue on? I'm not sure what's leaked.
Yeah, let me see here. So I don't know. It looks like a lot of it's not totally in order. The next one I have is a very long one, where it's her saying, I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes. Unless if you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too. That looks like the next one that I have. I'll check the Beckett video one more time to see if there's one in between these two, but I think that these are, at least from the video, these are the ones that I have in order.
I'm just sending to you this order just because there's no like names mentioned in here.
Yeah, so the first one I have is, did you end up talking to Steven? Okay, so
these are all public anyways, I think, right?
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. So this is your perspective. She says, I'm thinking to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes.
Yeah,
decide you want to
Cater Gator. I found the comparison kind of gross as well.
talk to him. That's okay too. Basically, I have my plans and course of action paused, and we'll choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up and repent for the actions and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes, and that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme and nuclear options to deal with. But I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of
no. Oh no, I didn't even know about that, WB.
Without hope. And then she says, and is this directly the next message, this one that you show, where she says, and just to not scare you?
Yes, that's directly next.
Okay. Just not scare you. I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto-kill myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of action, including going public. And then if I can't take the amount of public humiliation, then myself versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. And you say, can I share this with Steve? He communicated to me he knows he fucked up. There's no excuse at all. And he doesn't know what he can do to make it up. I'm trying to bridge between to help him understand what would make you feel that he understood he was wrong and should never do this again. So, I mean, this is essentially just you guys talking about how to take the next step. Her talking about her suicidality and how this is making her feel.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any confusion. The reason I'm asking if I can share this with Steven is explicitly because the biggest issue in all this is her consent has been violated. So when I'm saying, can I share this with Steven, I'm getting her consent to like screen cap it and send it to Steven.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh no, George Jackson, you made a banger comment. Not all horn dogs. Earlier, it was related to what I was saying earlier, but I didn't. It got auto-modded. That auto-mod is wicked.
Let's see here. So the next one I have here is, it looks like it is you saying, Gasha, thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about as what you needed is help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, and a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was and a plan to prevent this from ever happening again. Is that what you feel you need?
So in between that, what's missing, I'm not sure if you don't have it. So after I say, can I share this with Steven? He communicated to me he knows he fucked up, blah, 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 the thing you read. Or better, what can I share with him? So I like re-clarify. She says, you can share this and anything you want with him. I feel like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can. that is in between. So after she says that she feels like I understand her and I can communicate better, that she appreciates it, I say, gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything and where you're at.
Do you mind if I see that one that you described?
Yep. I tried to send it, but I'll send it again. Okay, so this is all of them in order, and then I sent the one that I just read. So the last one is going to be, I think it's like, yeah, it's like the second or third one. So this context sounds like it's missing.
So this is the in-between one, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this is Pixie says, you can share this and anything you want with him. I felt like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from. It can hopefully explain this better than I can. Okay, so, and just to be clear here, again, you think that Destiny should face some punishment for this? You don't think that this is, you weren't trying to mitigate any kind of consequence for him?
No.
Do you think you were trying to mitigate any kind of consequence for yourself by maybe steering her in a direction where it wouldn't be made public?
I don't know. I don't know what consequence there would be for myself.
Well, obviously, it would negatively reflect on you if the guy you're working with is exposed for doing this kind of shit. It kind of, guilt by association type thing makes you look shitty.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, the issue is, like, I guess I'm going to say, no, I actually wasn't thinking about it that much. A lot of people ask me, which is why I spend the time thinking and, like, wrote in my journal, like, the way that I operate with people has to be about relationships and, like, the things that I value, my principles, not because of, like, business stuff, or I'm going to hate myself. Like, I don't want to do all this. Like, I don't want a treatment center that helps kids if I have to, like, buck over my friends and, like, stop caring about them to, like, do, like, that's not the point.
I don't want to say it, chat. Like, look, I shouldn't say it. When she's talking about this future treatment center, I'm kind of worried.
Point of this, but obviously that's also my word, so I don't know if I can convince you of that. But yeah, it wasn't forefront. It was something that I just basically I had to, like, take matters more. Like, she gets to do what she would like to do.
Yeah, didn't Bill Maher creep on Hawk to a girl?
Okay, gotcha. All right. Do you? I guess, what do you think is a proportional response? I've seen some conversation around how the idea of her getting $1 million is too much, or maybe, I don't know, a few $100,000 is too little. What do you think is, like, adequate restitution for this kind of thing? Just kind of your personal opinion, I guess.
What I told Steven so this isn't, just to be clear, this is what I did to Steven just between him and I, was specifically, I was like, you should pay for her therapy. You need to cover, like, all of the expenses that are, like, investigating the leak. And if she has any expenses regarding, like, clearing her images off the internet, if she has to pay for any, like, internet scrubbers or anything like that, you need to cover all of those costs. And if she comes to you with other costs that are going to be related to this, you need to cover them as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him saying, she better not go after me. She better not say anything about me, because if she does, I've got stuff that'll make her look like a satanic demon.
Gotcha.
The only other thing that I could think of would be, like, obviously some level of public, like, yes, I fucked up, but obviously that's completely off the table because she doesn't want any public acknowledgement.
Right. Well, it was at that point in time, but now, I mean, it's been publicly acknowledged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, do you think it would be good for him to make a public acknowledgement of wrongdoing at some point?
If legal suits weren't going on, probably. The issue is, like, now I don't even know if he can.
Oh, no.
There's no way legal counsel will sign off on him making a public statement like that.
Oh no, Crotchy.
There's no way.
Right.
Which really sucks. Yeah.
Right.
Which sucks for her specifically. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me see here. I think there was a specific DM that I wanted to bring out. Let me just go through these real quick.
Oh, I don't know if you saw, like, one of the texts. I think this has also been included, but when she mentioned specifically the money, the reason that I clarify, I think that's, like, just a little bit down in the thread. So after I say, gotcha, thanks for not sugarcoating, I list the 3 things that she...
I have never been more tempted to play Vampire Survivor. No, we need to look at the receipts. He's showing receipts, so...
wants to make sure that I'm understanding what she wants
She's, like, lulling me to sleep. Maybe that's how she works. Maybe that's her strategy. She lulls you to sleep, and then you
She
lose the debate.
outlines the problem with number 3 is because with the removal of the video and the guy getting hacked, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. And so I say, okay, so what you want to, okay, so that is what you want. It wasn't clear to me before. This is what you wanted specifically. My understanding was more rehabilitation, but the specific thing you want now, which is for him to lose a certain amount of money. This wasn't like in a judgmental way. This is specifically because when her and I sat at the cafe.
Am I muted?
Like talking about the money, but she's like, fuck, I don't even care about the money. She's like, I just want.
There's no way, chat. I'm not muted, am I?
Some sort of consequence so that if he like ever thinks about doing this again, he won't, right? I just like want some essentially like level of punishment. And when I was like, do you want money specific, like what specifically are you asking for? If I'm like talking to him, like on your behalf, like what are you looking for? At the time, she didn't say specifically money. It was just one thing she thought of, but she wasn't bent on it. This is me clarifying because we had that conversation that specifically what she's wanting now is for him to lose money because that's different than what I had understood before.
Yeah, we got this DM. Let's see here. Need to think about it then because I'm happy to communicate what you need broadly as a sense of justice. I'm not sure what I think about the specifics of money and punishment in this case. Not saying you're wrong. It's just the tone has changed from our previous conversation. So this is you just kind of dealing with her, sort of not totally knowing what she wants.
Oh no.
This is fair from her.
Well, specifically when I started hearing, so I think at this point we've had a phone call maybe once or twice, and I start hearing the
Okay, so there were some dropped frames. If I got muted for anyone, maybe that's what happened.
$1 million amount, and I'm not comfortable with that. I don't think I don't think that's going to give her anything that she's looking for. I know that she's never going to receive it. I don't think that that's like a good direction
We have dropped some frames tonight. Not that many though.
for her to go, if I'm being honest. But
Of all the frames that I've shown you, only 0.3% have been dropped. So
also, if that's the direction she wants to go, she should. The main thing is I can't be I can't be the one communicating that. I can't mediate that because that's now like one of my friends asking like for $1 million from another one of my friends, and it's not something that I necessarily like feel comfortable with. So I'm saying in this specifically, like I'm not sure if I'm comfortable communicating this part because it's now different than I understood, but I was comfortable communicating everything else to him.
Okay. Yeah. And because she says, I'm not sure about the specifics regarding money or punishment. I believe in rehabilitation, but part of rehabilitation is penance. The person understands what they did is wrong, takes corrective course of actions and actions to help pay penance to the victims. So and then I think the following one here is she says, I just want to know he'll never do this again. And this is like the biggest mistake of his life, basically.
Yeah. I'm sorry for using you as an intermediary. I can send these messages and conversation to him myself too. I just feel like if he tells me too directly, it would be emotionally harder to handle than if I heard it from you, but I totally understand if that's not something you're comfortable with, and I'm sorry to put you in an uncomfortable position. He's also alluded to financial compensation, but I don't think he really understood the concept of proportionality of the action since he asked if there were any bills that he could pay.
Let's see here. So we've got this message you sent. Let's see here. It looks like her talking about the idea of maybe taking it criminal, but that she didn't want to do that because the justice system is horrible. She says, starts with willing to figure out what this means to both of us / in a manner that makes sense to both of us. I don't want to cause unnecessary harm or suffering to Steven. I want to know he'll never do this again. I think it would be the most effective method of doing so, or jail, but I don't want him to go through criminal court because one, our justice system is horrible, getting people to change their behavior, and I feel like it would be overkill, but I totally understand if you don't want to talk to Steven about this. I'm just putting it off because the answer is either one. Yes, I agree with this course of action. Let's talk about
But she wants to run a treatment center? Like that's her long-term goal?
what this would look like in a way that makes sense for both of us, or two, no, I don't agree. I don't want to do that, which then it becomes an, okay, now I have to go to court and figure this out. So we've got that. Yeah, I think that's the majority of the stuff from you.
Like as in she'd be the top person in the hierarchy? Oh my god.
Specifically, to go over. So the reason why I said fuck Erudite and fuck Destiny is essentially, I guess in my mind, this is a little too far for me to want to be, I don't know, buddies with someone. Seeing that they sent a chick's nudes around. I mean, you know, maybe if he was like 16 years old and he was in high school, I would be like, okay, well, I don't know. 16-year-olds are fucking rich, but I don't know. He just seems a little bit too old to be doing this, in my opinion. It seems to be an extremely precarious situation. He's constantly getting himself
Clearly crystal clear says, who is she to say?
into with his dick. with these.
It's the most lib-brain bullshit. Either I don't want to go to jail because the criminal justice system, in response to having committed a crime.
Random women. It just seems like very bad. And I guess I do see it as very, I understand you're trying to help Pixie out, but at the same time, like, I don't think he's someone to be taken very seriously. Or honestly, you by extension for.
So he's, this is all in relation to their former. I think that Tom was one of the guests. Am I right on the Bridges podcast? That was a podcast that Erudite co-hosted with Destiny, and I think maybe even booked. So they had somewhat of a business relationship, and he's just explaining, hey, so that's why I haven't been around lately, and I don't plan to anytime in the near future.
Trying to, I don't know, like sticking by him throughout all this, and like, I don't know. I guess it just leaves a very, very bad taste in my mouth. I guess it's something that's hard to communicate. It's a little bit of an emotional thing, but I think that's how a lot of people are feeling. It's just like, it's a very fucked up situation. It's very fucked up.
Yeah. I think that's fair. And I think if people feel like they can't associate with him anymore, I genuinely understand that. Like, that's not something I would criticize others for. And I think there are others that are in your position. I just understand. That's just fundamentally like not where I'm at. I'm not willing to for this specific thing. And it's also something like Pixie and I have talked about, like at some level of length. I don't know if it's meaningful, but like one thing she hasn't been asking for in part is to like cut people off. I think if she asked, I'd have to think about it. I don't know what I think. I have literally no idea. But I don't know. I guess the main thing is like, I think it's fair for you to say that you disagree with my choice to side with Steven. I think what's not fair to say, which is like spreading everywhere, is that I'm like going out of my way to like gaslight a girl, manipulate her, and to convince her to not go public and like to do Steven's dirty work, when it's like, it's such an unfair representation of me. Like I've been calling and checking in with her like every 2 days. We talk on the phone pretty often. Like my whole orientation in all of this is helping her. And I guess I fundamentally believe like I think somebody like Destiny, who gets in a lot of trouble with his dick and is interpersonally, I think, really retarded.
Did you just say gets in a lot of trouble with his D?
Is probably going to be better off with people who care about him and will like confront him on it, but also not just like drop him. But I think if other people want to drop him, like I wouldn't say that you're a bad person for doing that. It's just not something I'm willing to do yet. And like maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll be by my words, but I'm not doing it out of this like willy-nilly, just like 2 week. I'm doing this out of like a decently principled stance, which is that typically like I don't give up on people. I think the argument like he's just too old. I'm like, that's fair. It's just tough because I've had so many adult clients that it's like, I don't know, not a lot of 45-year-olds doing a lot of stupid shit. Because like, I don't know, trauma and like problems associated with being a fucked up person don't just like go away because you're older. They just like come out in different ways.
It's turning into BoJack Horseman.
Why do you care about this guy so much when he doesn't seem to care about, anyone else, at least enough to not share their news around?
Except that BoJack Horseman was, the whole point of that show that...
I guess because I see actually...
Steven's less likable, let's just put it that way.
Tons of markers of him caring about people and also being negligent and bad when it comes to sexual relations. I see tons of evidence of him caring about people.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that answers most of my questions. Is there anything else you wanted to say before I end off the recording?
I guess, do you feel like it is fair in this situation? I guess, what do I do about this?
I throw myself at the mercy of the court, Mr. Turkey Tom.
The entire time I've been reaching out to my friend. After the conversation I had with her the first time, she reconnected with the friend she had cut off and was willing to go and see her friends and start calling them more often, and basically made a commitment to like being safe That's where we made the safety commitment as well. Where I'm like doing my best to help my friend because I think that she was wronged here and she's done nothing wrong here. And I also confronted the friend that I think did a wrong thing. But I also am trying to like push and encourage him to change. I've disagreed with him and fought with him on a couple of things about being like, you should do this. You need to be doing this. I don't understand a world where like these actions lead to people going like, you're a bad
They see themselves in Destiny? I mean, some of them maybe. Do you think Not So Erudite does?
human being. And
I think the way
you're,
people
like-
see it is like you're trying
Like,
to
I just feel like she's rationalizing
the situation with Pixie because you are financially interested in continuing your relationship with Destiny for a profit, basically. I think that's the way that a lot of people see it.
If
Because
that's the
obviously
case,
you guys
then
have a
why-
business.
Yeah, but if that's the case, why did I say to Fairy Queen she could leave the comment up? I just asked her to remove the identifying part about Pixie. Like, none of my actions have been about covering for Destiny or preventing people from talking about it broadly. It's been all it's been about is addressing people talking about Pixie specifically. Like, I've never in any world not wanted people to talk negatively broadly about even being an idiot and like negligent when it comes to like things to people's trusts in sexual dynamics. Like I've never been opposed to anybody being concerned about that. I don't ban like general comments and talks about it. I explicitly with Fairy Queen asked her to not talk about things that could narrow the scope of who it was, particularly because at that time, most people didn't quite know who it was. I didn't look at the leaks, but when I would like listen to like Reservoir or other people, I kept hearing like, I'm not really sure who it is. I'm not really sure who it is. Even like shout out to like Queenman, even though we kind of hate each other. He had
Crystal Clear says she's rationalizing she has money as an incentive and her own ego as well. She's the professional. Yeah.
like the good grace when he was covering this to like be pretty mindful of not making it clear who were in the leaks. Like that's been my behavior the entire time. Like nothing really differs
And that's
away
fair.
from that.
I mean, that's fair. That's why.
Yeah, it's fair. It just happens to coincide with Destiny's interests as well.
Obviously I don't know if you know this. I had heard about this stuff for a few weeks. I didn't really have any direct confirmation until a couple of days ago, but I had heard about this stuff going on, but I wasn't going to cover it. Firstly, because it was just an allegation at the time, and there was no evidence of anything. But secondly, I was under the impression that Pixie didn't want it to get out. And then all of a sudden, I'm in the middle of streaming, and I see President Sunday and Cope and Teeth have dropped videos identifying Pixie. At which point I was like, okay, well, it's fucking out now, I guess. But and that's when she made her statement, which is interesting. Do you know why?
Chat, do you think that you remember how Sunday? Oh my God, this is going back a little while, but if you read the logs between Sunday and Tyler, it feels like, I don't know, like Darth Sidious talking to Anakin. You know what I'm saying? It feels like Sunday's like, I finally got my I finally found my Padawan learner. Let me teach you all of the tricks of the trade. And like now I'm wondering if like since Tyler didn't work out, has Sunday found a new person to imprint on? I don't want to speculate, chat. We don't know what we don't know.
I guess one question would be, and Beckett had an original statement, it seems like, from Pixie, where she implicated kind of Dan Saltman and said that he told her not to make it public. Do you know why that was in the original one, or maybe why it was removed in the final?
I have no idea.
Does Erudite not like Dan Saltman? I can't remember.
I definitely don't talk to.
I feel like a lot of people in DGG actually, I've heard, are not huge fans of Dan. No, what did I just do? Oh my God.
I don't know. It's mostly really sad. It's
Or you're not autistic, and she's showing a DM from Straighter Abe which says
she's safe and like trying and like going back and forth with Nick about being like, should I reach out to her? Like I'm not really been like trying. Like I spent the whole morning trying to be like, is she safe? She said, because she told me.
kind of Dan Saltman and said that he told her not to make it public. Do you know why that was in the original one, or maybe why it was removed in the final?
I have no idea. I definitely don't talk to Dan about, like, I just have a very strict business relationship with Dan.
Okay, gotcha. What
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like there's any love lost.
you didn't talk to Pixie about maybe what she may have talked to Dan about?
I didn't actually know that was in there. I haven't like gone through all the videos today. I've been traveling, as you said, and I've mostly been like trying, like I spent the whole morning trying to be like, is she safe? She said, because she told me originally that if she went public or if she had to go public, she was going to kill herself. So I like spent most of the morning trying to be like, how if she potentially doesn't feel like, I didn't know if she had leaked the stuff about me. So I was like, I don't know if she feels comfortable with me, but somebody needs to check on her to like make sure that she's safe, because like Sunday painted her pretty terribly, which I think, well, she confirmed to me today, made her make the public post today to try to like clear her name a little bit. And this is like the exact thing that she said, like, if this happens, like I am killing myself. So I spent most of the morning, to be honest, like
Everything was pretty well redacted up until that point.
trying to figure out if there was any mutuals that were like willing to basically just like check on her and make that she's safe, and like trying and like going back and forth with Nick about being like, should I reach out to her? Like, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm really worried about her.
Oh, wait. We're not talking about Nick DiOrio. We're talking about another Nick. I can't remember. Who is it? Is Nick is her husband, right? Nick, that's who we're talking about, right?
I want to make a public statement until I've talked to her and like seen where she's at. And so I spent most of the morning doing that. There luckily was a mutual friend that was able to connect with her and communicated, basically being like, hey, just so you know, like she didn't actually leak your stuff. She's like feeling really bad. Probably would love to hear from you, which is why I connected with her later. So I haven't spent most of the day like going.
Yeah, it feels like a Maya Higa thing. You are Maya Higa. You are a woman. She will listen to you.
Going through all the content on it. I asked Nick to do that. I've spent most of the day like trying to figure out where she's at, what's going on, and then something about like this cherry stuff dropped, and I've been trying to figure out like what's going on there, because it would probably change. It could change like how I feel about business going forward, depending on like what's occurred.
Cherry. I actually haven't seen this Cherry thing now. Do you know what her Twitter ad is? I assume that's where she posted it. Cherry. It's like the CHAERY Cherry or something, right?
Yes.
She said, these adults who are financially tied, business partners, having the audacity to involve themselves, should not be allowed to pass judgment or question the behavior of others unreciprocated. You are not naive. You're not autistic. And she's showing a DM from Straighterade, which says, nice, Kyla's being snaky about this. Pixie contacted her and was kind of trying to use her as a liaison. I told her Kyla can't be trusted to help with that. Dan contacted Pixie a couple of weeks ago as well. According to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'll probably pay it, and wanted to convince her, wanted her to convince him to not take legal actions against KF, which he's considering. That's what Straighterade said, implying Kiwi Farms there. And then includes some other clips and different screenshots as well in this thread. Do you have any comment on that Straighterade DM?
It really sucks. Like I thought I was friends with Straighterade, so super sucks to know that she's just like thinking I've been snaky the whole time. I don't know. I don't know. It's mostly really sad. It's really sad that Straighterade sent these DMs like against Pixie's consent to like probably my biggest internet harasser.
Was he considering taking legal action against Kiwi Farms? That's kind of being...
Oh, Sunday. That she's talking about Sunday. That's when she says the biggest harasser. That's Erudite means Sunday. It's got to be
Pixie.
Well, the DM from Straighterade says, sorry, let me just send you a screenshot of it. This is what Cherry has. It says,
I haven't seen this newest Cherry post yet.
Okay. It says, according to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'd probably pay it, and wanted her to convince him to not take legal actions against KF, which he's considering. So this is implying Steven's considering taking legal
Chat, did Matt Gates really go on Bill Maher? Is that real?
action against Kiwi Farms. Can you talk about that at all or no?
I haven't heard her mention any legal action about Kiwi Farms. I really only talked to Pixie and Steven.
I think this is implying wanted her to convince him not to take legal action. So I think the implication is he wanted to take legal action against Kiwi Farms.
Steven did?
Yeah, that's what this DM would be implying.
I'm not really sure. To be honest, when all this stuff drops, Steve and I also have a bit of a line of like, I'm not talking to him about like a lot of the legal stuff, so I'm not sure who he's suing specifically. I'm not really sure.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I don't think there's anything new regarding you.
Yeah.
From these
I guess, can I ask,
from this thread? Yeah.
do you still think that I was trying to make her be quiet despite like me explicitly not shutting down conversation? I can even look through DMs. I think I say to Pixie multiple times in other
I get
DMs,
some validation here.
it's like explicitly like whatever you like whatever you would like to do. If you'd like to go public, you can go public. Like, I don't know. It's just like,
I mean, I
it's
can't
just
really,
frustrating to hear this.
I can't really read your mind. So based on the DMs, it doesn't seem that you were trying to get her to not go public or go public. But I mean, you know, obviously because of your
I wasn't
business
weighing in.
relationship.
How long until TYT, like, Jink and Anna leave and, like, do a show with Bill Maher? They just gotta get Bill Maher to go, like, 10% more MAGA, and he'll be on board with them.
What'd you say?
Like when you have somebody who's going through a trauma, and this is like what I also told her, like, if you're going through this, like, you get to steer the ship. Like, one of the biggest things of betrayal is that somebody took away consent from you. But you get to steer the ship. If you want to stay private, we stay, like, I take your lead from that. If you want to go public, I'm going to follow up with you and say, like, what do you feel comfortable with me saying? What do you want me to talk about? She gets to steer the ship. Like, I don't know, it's just frustrating because I'm like, I guess, like, you can ask Pixie, but, like, I can even look for DMs. It's like, the opposite is true. I not only like wasn't pressuring her to be quiet, I was explicitly not pressuring her to do anything except for whatever she would like to do.
Based on all the messages I've seen, it doesn't seem like you were pressuring her to stay quiet. Yes. Correct. Okay. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, this cherry thread seems to be mostly just stuff that everybody's already seen, but
and so I guess when you say like you can't take me seriously, I guess I'm just like, I don't know how to take that. Like, do you basically think that like everyone should disavow Destiny? Like, should he be basically fully canceled? Do you think like, even though I've done like my entire orientation with him behind the scenes has been like, I can
certainly you don't believe in cancel culture.
I can give you receipts of this as well from like way back in the day where I was like messaging him, like telling him he was wrong.
I don't know. I guess it's just like, to me, it's like, how do you take someone seriously as a political commentator when like he's unconsensually sending people's nudes around? I guess I find it hard to take someone seriously in that position.
Yeah, Tom's like, no, but on a basic level, though.
I think that's fair, right? But this is like, can you trust his political content going forward? Which is valid. I think that's probably an important business question for us to like.
No therapist would seek out approval from Turkey Tom. That's a good rule of thumb for a therapist. Yeah, you do not need the approval of Turkey Tom.
Answer. But I don't know like why that implicates my character.
Well, I mean, we work with him. Like, he is the reason why you exist. He's the whole reason for your, business partnership, for like Bridges podcast, like all of that shit is like because of him, right? Like,
I agree.
You're an extension of the Destiny community. The guy running the community is messaging e-girls from his community.
The community's whole reason for existing is this guy. And this is what he's doing. And when he's not doing that because the people that he's contacted are not interested in being with him like that, then it sounds like he's making their life a living hell.
Dudes of other girls from his community that he's like farming. Which actually brings me to another thing that I guess I wanted to talk about, which is something I was just looking into. So I saw this post. This is from a year ago on the Destiny subreddit. This is from February 20.
Oh, I vaguely remember this. I might have even covered it.
1st, 2024. It says, I'll send you the post right here.
I'd forgotten all about this.
It says, Destiny addressing the canvassing complaints just to address them. It says there's a conversation between Jacob, Lonerbox, and also Erudite and Destiny on the complaints raised by some women in the canvassing event about being constantly hit on by the guys taking part in it, not being able to just exist without being approached by them, which can cause them to potentially not participate in future events. Destiny introduced very early on in the conversation the idea that any gender-centric space will inherently push away the other gender, regardless of what's done to make it accessible. He says, if it starts with 1 female and 9 males, it should never grow past that 1%. Yet the conversation continued, bouncing the idea of Bumble law where guys would be prohibited from asking women out unless they ask them first, and considered telling participants to keep it professional, like in a work setting. Both of them were shut down. Essentially, I guess what I'm kind of getting at here is it seems like this is an old thread regarding sexual harassment complaints, I guess, or weird conversation complaints with women at a DGG canvassing event. In the leaks, there are 2 videos involving Pixie. There's one that's solo, and a threesome with another orbiter, which is straight arrayed. People are claiming.
I would like less detail, less, not more.
Basically, based on the evidence that at least one of those videos occurred during a canvassing event. The link in this Reddit post right here, if you click it, it leads to a stream where you and Destiny are talking about the harassment claims, and it seems like Destiny didn't want to make overt rules about flirting with co-canvassers. And people are kind of speculating that the reason why this is happening is because he'd no longer be able to use canvassing events as vehicles to have sex with fans and orbiters. This, to me, is tying into this greater idea of like fucking fans is one thing, but like he's fucking fans and then unconsensually sending videos of fans to other fans, and is at the canvassing events, which is part of his political thing. So it's like it's all kind of wrapped up.
There's a pattern, yeah.
I guess I'm just like, once again, this like leads.
Yeah, Erudite is like, you don't believe me? Tom, this hurts me so much. Can't believe that you think that I would.
Into like my whole thing about like taking it seriously, right? It's like, what is going on here? What's going on with Pixie? Like, it's not like you can just divorce like these two ideas. Like, this is the political commentary.
You just because it's divorced, you can't.
This is what is going on here. Like, this is all tied up in his content, in his canvassing events.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my God, no, Tom did make a fun. Tom was making a crack. Like, that was like, yeah, divorced. No pun intended.
I guess to go back to like your initial statement, which is like I'm an extension of the community. I guess I don't like I have a podcast with him. I'm not an extension of Steven. I disagree with him regularly. When we have interpersonal disagreements, I handle it privately. I have no idea if he was hooking up with. In fact, if they're talking about Ohio, I'm pretty dubious. I'm pretty sure I was around because those two were working like with me on that event. I'm pretty dubious that it was taken. I don't know for sure. I wasn't there, obviously. I have no idea, and I don't know. I didn't even know that this leak existed. I guess I haven't looked at them. I genuinely would be very suspect that it was taken at the canvassing event, just because of like how often I was with both of them, and then all 3 of them, like in like public spaces. Pixie and Aaron had like. Each had their own rooms. Like Aaron was sharing a room with multiple people. Like it was a full streamer house. And the one night that I remember, like Steven, like
this really does feel like the OTK situation. I don't know. Everything about this reminds me of Maya Higa.
Hanging out like with just a few creators alone. He was hanging out with Jasmine, Jafar, and Irrelevant. Like they were just like talking. I think they just went back to his thing to talk. And I think maybe Lauren De Laguna went as well. Okay. So if it happened maybe the day after, I'm not really sure, but I'm pretty sure. I would be very surprised. Like I don't know when they found time. If I'm being honest, they were working like all day. So
okay, so you don't think it was happening at the canvassing events?
I don't know. I'm very dubious that it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that was the last specific thing I wanted to talk about. To conclude my opinion, yes, I don't think that you were trying to keep Pixie silent. Based on what I've seen. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, people will come out with some other thing that I haven't seen that will show me that, but that does not seem to be the case to me. So if that's what your goal was with convincing me personally, and probably a lot of the audience by extension, I think you did succeed in that. Obviously beyond that point, people will probably criticize you for associating with Destiny at all, but yeah, I think that's about all there is to that. Is there anything else you want to say before I end the recording?
No, I guess mostly I just like I appreciate you giving me the time to listen to me. I would appreciate if people like, I don't know, it feels very icky to always be viewed as just like this like necessary extension of Steven. I don't like this idea that if I'm like friends with somebody, that means I'm like agreeing with all of his actions and behaviors. I think there are some things that are like non-negotiable, but I like acting like these things are like objectively agreed upon, and that everyone just knows what these are. I think is pretty unfair. I think the way that people have like responded to Pixie, like smearing her and trying to paint her as an extortionist, has been really gross.
Yeah,
I think,
shut up,
Shout out to President Sunday.
President Sunday.
Yo.
yeah. I think like first and foremost, the most important thing, like even when you're making this, is like to just be mindful. If there's anything that I say that you're like, don't know if that will like cast Pixie in a bad light, like I prefer it's excluded. And I guess, I don't know. The disproportionate.
Yeah, it's not that she's an extension of him. She's a partner to him. That's the issue. If you were somehow, I don't know, like, yeah, that takes away your agency. This is the thing, is Erudite had agency. And being involved with this shit makes you culpable on kind of a parallel level. Yeah, I don't know what you want me to say.
Proportionate level of like hatred and vitriol that I feel like I've been getting for staying silent when the victim asked me to, telling my friend that he was wrong, and trying to mitigate a solution for the friends, and then stepping back when that solution wasn't working and they were going to like legal things. I just don't know what else people are expecting from me, especially as like most people who believe in like rehabilitative justice, I suppose. Like I don't know. It doesn't.
It's like the only leftist thing that you will ever hear her say. And it's so hard to take seriously. It really is. Like, oh yeah, fuck leftism, fuck leftists. But actually, can I get some of that rehabilitative justice, please? Can I please I would like some of that. For me, not for other people. Not in a criminal sense. I'm not against the prison industrial complex, but I would like, for me, some of that rehabilitation, please, if you could now. It's so hard to take this shit seriously. I cannot possibly fathom taking this for real. All right, so she mentioned President Sunday, and I have been made aware that President Sunday wants a word with us. Chad, are you ready? No, not. Oh no, I typed in president. Yeah, good one. Sunday. Let's try. Yeah, like, oh, I thought he would be like the only president. I thought it would come up to. It would go to him first. He would like a word. Well, with the Destiny cult, I guess too. But also I think like with his critics, I guess is the idea that I get.
Well,
so I've been critical of him. Let me now platform his response to that. Not just my criticism, but a lot of I'm obviously not the only one who had issues. Not in my case, not with his ends, right? The end of Destiny being held responsible, and the victims being able to come forward. I agree with. I just, the means by which he went about it, and the feeling that he went through Pixie to bring about Destiny's downfall, and also the way that this contributes to the him being the surrogate of these revelations, I don't think really helps the case. I thought you meant he was calling in. We have talked to Sunday before. I don't know if I'll ever be doing that again. He's a little bit of a snake. I feel like he owes me an apology.
we'll start with my obligations. What I see as my obligations, okay? So, I am a notoriously
I mean, you're definitely notorious, Sunday.
nervous and prone to slippage person. So I'm going to try my best to be concise and clear. And if I fuck up, woe is me, because, dear God, a lot of people are mad right now. We'll get into that in a second, though. So, let's talk about the extortion thing first of all, okay? Because I've been convinced I did a bad job. I did a bad job of a particular aspect of that account. Namely, I think it's twofold. The first one is the bullshit one, which I don't think suffices, but it's still a part of the equation, I think. The first one is, as I said, I was very sick and my voice is very deep. And unfortunately, the way I speak, because I have a very deliberate way of enunciating things, because otherwise I am extremely monotone, because I am extremely neurodivergent. I don't know what I am exactly, but my mom had me tested. I am not autistic. I sound very accusatory in everything that I say.
I have resting accusatory tone. Okay, like resting bitch face.
So I want to be very clear here. I made a point in that video that I don't think anybody got. And it seemed to me obvious when I made it.
For the record, I went over what he said multiple times to make sure that I wasn't misunderstanding what he was saying, because yeah, what he was saying sounded pretty fucking wild.
But I want to clarify it because I think it's important and I actually want to reinforce it. But in not being clear enough, it also came off in a way I didn't like. So let's start from the beginning, okay? In the Kyla, in the Not So Erudite and Pixie conversation, okay? There's an interaction in which Pixie says, I'm paraphrasing, but here are some bad things, some nuclear options I am considering. Okay? And I need a certain sum of money to da-da-da-da-da. And then they sort of negotiate that. That is, by definition, extortion. I do want to be clear.
So this is what I remember him saying. That what Pixie was doing was extortion. He and Nick used the word blackmail. At one point, he said that Destiny is a victim as well. And while I will, say that, yeah, I mean, if this person released the videos, if the Rose person released the videos to a wider audience, or he was hacked by someone, then I guess Destiny is he's also a victim of that. But at the same time, it's just like he's the one that put everyone in danger of this, and it's weird to to comment on his victimhood because of that, right? So I mean, that's what Sunday said, and I think he's gonna try to clarify here.
My issue here is not with Pixie taking money.
Chat, who was the strongest critic of President Sunday over this whole thing? Would you say it was Tyler? Who do you think was pushing who do you think he's responding to?
From Steven. My issue is not with Pixie taking money from Steven in an underhanded way. My issue isn't even with her taking money from Steven in an illegal way. If I found out a year from...
Probably Nature says, if I accidentally gun myself in the foot while brandishing a weapon at people, am I also a victim of... I am also a victim of gun violence, true.
Now, that Pixie had succeeded in taking 50% of everything he owns and made him cry, ruined his life.
Diorio?
He'd laugh. Good for her. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, Diorio did have most of the receipts on Sunday that make him look even worse.
Some caveats attached to that, but generally I'd be happy with that outcome. I think a little bit of justice is done there. Here's the problem. I point out that Destiny is also a victim of revenge porn and is not himself guilty of revenge porn that we know. He's guilty of some other things recently, by the way. We've learned he's guilty of recording people without their consent, felony in Florida. There's strong implications that he's done so with multiple people. He's not in a great spot right now. But I bring this up. I say this is by definition extortion. I'll pull up the Florida law actually so you can see it. But we'll look at that in a second, just for clarity. It doesn't really bear. It's not the most important thing in the world, but it is important. Go to the right browser. Almost. Let's go over here. Excuse me. We'll play it up in a second. And that Stephen is also a victim of revenge porn. Stephen has been trying very hard to frame himself as a victim in his Reddit post. You know,
effort post, yeah.
Responding to the allegations. And I've seen people speculate that the reason why he had to be pressured to not sue Kiwi Farms by people like Dan, is because he wants to sue Kiwi Farms in order to frame himself as a victim, sort of like Keffels, right? And technically he is, but this is one of those big technicallys. Because if the thought is, I am concerned about Stephen's victim status in a video in which I detail how he victimized a ton of people and it came back to bite him in the ass, that is a misread. It's not your fault, that is my fault, because I wasn't clear about this. Here's the point. If Pixie...
Wait, WB, seriously?
...is on record, and she is on record, I know because we have the record, it's in text, right? Kyla has the record, Stephen has the record, it was transmitted to him. If there is a record of Pixie extorting Stephen in print, right? Pixie is trying to go to law school. Pixie is trying to become a lawyer. Stephen will have that fact forever. Does that make sense? Stephen will be able to hold that over her forever. And if it was ever brought before a judge, he would be able to say that he was a victim of revenge porn. And he was being extorted. Does that make sense? Which, by the way, if he ever articulated that as a threat, would be blackmail. But earlier in that video, I had pointed out the Melina case. The Melina case in which, when he divorced Melina very publicly, he said, he was asked, like, I don't know if he was asked or if he was responding to, like, a phantom chat or something, because sometimes I do that. It's convenient. You want to pose a question, but you want to not be the one who prompted it, so you just answer a random chatter, and it's deceitful, but it's a good way to stage things.
So you're letting us know all your tricks. All your Sith mind tricks.
Melina's not going to leak anything because she knows that I've got a ton of stuff on her, and if she leaks stuff,
that's what he is. He's like the freaking. He's the Palpatine.
I'll leak stuff, and she'll look like a demonic
Chat, we can't let this guy get in control of the Galactic Senate. That's all I'm gonna say. All right.
piece of shit. Same logic, right?
Mace Windu did nothing wrong.
So the point of that thing there was not to blame Pixie. The point of that was not Pixie bad. The point of that is to show one of the ways in which people get locked into silence, into perpetuity. Does that make sense? Have I explained that clearly enough? Where's the evidence of extortion?
Wait, what is his treatise that Pixie was trapped in a prison of, in some ways, her own making, and that Sunday had to out her in order to set her free from that? Is that what he's trying to say?
The Kyla Pixie conversation. It involved threats of public exposure, or of something else, followed by public exposure. If a certain undetermined monetary amount wasn't paid. Large, though, right? And crucially, I want to emphasize this again. I think Pixie could have the noblest motives for this, and it would still be exposure. There's extortion, not exposure. It would still be extortion. That's simply what would happen. Or that's simply what it would be, just by definition. I'll show you how it's defined in Florida. Just so you can understand how broad this is.
Now, the other thing I heard is that that he was the one that came up with the law in Florida that Pixie cites in her twit longer, and somebody was saying that law didn't go into effect until after the crime would have been committed. That was the claim. I think the claim that Dan made.
Okay. So.
That's the one, right?
Right. Whoever, either verbally or by a written or printed communication, maliciously threatens to accuse another of any crime or offense, or by such communication maliciously threatens an injury to the person, property, or reputation of another, or maliciously threatens to expose another to disgrace, or to expose any secret affecting another, or to impute any deformity or lack of chastity to another with intent thereby to extort money or any pecuniary advantage whatsoever, or with intent to compel the person so threatened or any other person to do any act or refrain from doing any act against his or her will, shall be guilty of a felony of the second degree, punishable as provided in... We're never going to remember that. So you get the idea. This being in writing is a massive disadvantage to Pixie. Massively so. Maliciously? Well, here's the problem. See, you and I, dear friends, would see Pixie seeking justice. Maliciously, though, does not mean that the malice is just. It means you intend harm on the person. That's what it means. It doesn't mean you abide by a metaphysical principle of evil, right? You have a creepy yet soothing voice. I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you.
I'll second the creepy.
That's fair. That's kind of what I'm going for. I don't know if you can tell.
And it's even worse when you've got a Halls in.
You think Pixie just did this for money? No. God, no. I think she had a bunch of motives. I think they were swirling around. I think money good. Money good. Just to be clear, doing things for money, not bad. You know what money's really good for? Money's really good for helping get better from trauma. Just so you know. Money good. If she was after money, I wouldn't fault her. She was done wrong. I have no issue with her getting money. Nothing at all. What it does mean is that, because this is what has actually happened, what it does mean is that Destiny is able, as a consequence of this, to lock her into a relationship in which she has done something that is wrong in the eyes of the law.
I just want to hear him say, and I broke her out, right? Against her own will for her own good. I broke her out of that prison.
Therefore, she has a very specific...
Is that what he's trying to say? I just want to know where's he going with this?
Very strong reason.
Yeah, Ace Attorney Sunday, that's right.
To never come forward ever, because now she can be punished for it. Right? And here's the perverse part. Now Stephen can say, if anyone breaks this, if anyone talks about this perverse relationship taking place, you're interfering with a victim getting justice. How dare you? Really sick, actually.
I mean, yeah, that
really
is
sick.
That is sick. That doesn't mean see my like the analogy I would draw is shooting the hostage, right? But first, maybe even like I don't know. It sounded like, I mean, he's now trying to maybe back off the judgment that saying that she had done extortion implied, but there was more tone that he had towards Pixie than just the extortion thing.
And again, the video is called, I've changed the title because I believe it was confusing in the other way, exposing the Destiny abuse machine. The purpose of the video was to lay out how this happens.
Yeah, I don't think he's a professor. I think he's just a bachelor's of political science.
So why did you go against the victim's wishes and make it public then? We're going to move on to that next. That's a good one. Are we satisfied with that explanation so far? Does anybody have any issue?
Nobody has any issue. You're
10 or so
totally
seconds,
good.
give me a little
You're totally good,
non-verbal
Sunday.
Okay, we're gonna read super chats at the end, okay? Not really, this isn't really a super chat stream. Okay. Victim's wishes.
All right, chat. So here's the deal. It's starting to get late. I'm gonna stay up as late as I can. we are only at 35% of the dono goal. So that's gonna happen. It's gonna need to happen soon. Um, who's winning? Francesca Ziteo is in first place at 40%. Only 11 points behind though. Emma versus the Vanguard on AOC. And then at 17% we have Shaky Gurga. At 14% we have the new Philosophy Tube / Innuendo Studios collab. That is with 218 votes counted. So if you haven't voted yet, you still have time. Dono goals at 35%. If it gets to 100%, I will switch over immediately and cover something less awful than President Sunday. But we'll see. We'll see if we get there.
Why did you expose the victim without beyond their wishes? Here's a question for you. Let me ask you this. How do I know the victims' names? How do I know?
Wait, he's copying Vosh? Wait, what?
I'll tell you how I know. Because when Solo Tiny Leaks published the revenge porn on Kiwi Farms, I saw Andrew Wilson tweeting at Pixie. Much bigger channel than me, huge. Everybody was talking about it.
And that's a channel that Sunday has kind of an unexplained relationship with, right? Andrew Wilson, aka Big Papa Fascist, is somebody from, I don't know, I feel like just some really bad places on the internet, who finally got his big break going on Red Pill podcasts like Whatever and Tim Pool, and for some reason who recruited President Sunday to moderate a debate. Which was it, like Haas or somebody? I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, that's fucking wild, Sunday. That's fucking wild doing content with Big Papa Fascist.
Everybody was talking about it.
Like, what's going on there?
It wasn't up to me, people are correct to say, to expose the victims' identities. But because everybody already knew. Everybody knew. Which begs the question, given that everybody knew, this had already been talked about, why are people talking about it as if this was a secret? I'll tell you why.
Wait, chat, I just blinked for a second. And then I saw Rudyard from What a Fault Hist, Rudyard Lynch. And then I blinked again and it was back to President Sunday. Oh my god, chat, am I okay?
This is gonna be a theme tonight, by the way. Because these people are really fucking manipulative. Like
I mean, the two they're very different people, right? There's not like a...
Not believe. There is a large community of streamers and content creators who have benefited tremendously from being publicly friendly with Destiny. If Destiny is guilty of a heinous crime that destroys his reputation, their ability to benefit from that is extremely threatened. So what do you do? Oh, by the way, it's a bit more complicated than that as well, because it's not
also, Andrew Wilson is the one that came up with Shaky Gurga. He's the originator of the word Shaky Gurga. He's talking to some girl on whatever podcast who's a fan of Hasan or a friend of Hasan or something, and he's trying to discredit Hasan. And he's like, well, he's connected to Shaky Gurga. Yeah. Shaky Gurga. He's trying to say Cenk Uygur, but he said it comes out Shaky Gurga.
Just that their ability to benefit from that relationship is extremely threatened. Depending on the order in which people come forward and who they attack potentially in the process, right? Or who they attack as knowing enough to come forward, but they didn't in the process, they can also jeopardize their relationships with other communities once he is exposed. We're going to come back to this later as well. So one of the ways in which people have avoided this is by using this notion that by not talking about it, they are protecting the identities of victims who were already outed from day one. So therefore, they're actually doing the noble thing by not talking about the leaks, by not talking about what Destiny did, by not talking about what the person they're benefiting from did. Why? Because they're hedging their bets. They don't know what happens. They don't know if Destiny wins or loses. And so they don't want to put themselves into a position where they pick wrong. And so in order to save their skin and their AdSense accounts, in order to save their paycheck, they threw all the victims under the bus and colluded, either passively or aggressively.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with this about some people, right? I feel like there's always an aspect of this when it comes to orbiters and somebody with a lot of fucked up shit, a lot of fucked up baggage, and that includes Vosh, who Sunday was strategically friendly with before he decided he was too much of a liability. Yeah, I mean, this is a thing that happens, but like as far as what he's trying to do though, I feel like, and as much as like I owe nothing to these commentary bros, but to put them on the same level of a Destiny orbiter, even somebody like Tom, who did go on the Bridges podcast with Destiny Not So Erudite, but when I think of a Destiny orbiter, I'm thinking of somebody like Lonerbox. I'm thinking about somebody that is got that is that centered around Destiny's community, like to that degree or higher. And so just him trying to, like, I don't know, it feels like he's trying to hit all these other people with splash damage.
Keep that issue silent. We're going to talk about some people who did that. And different people have taken different stances afterwards. There's still the for some people think the fog of war is still clearing, and they're picking Destiny's side. They're picking Destiny's side. Not a lot of them. Very few people.
Yeah, who matches this description, chat? Erudite, Dan, anybody else?
That dumb or that locked in. We'll talk about that too. But they're picking Destiny's side.
Does he know what locked in means? I don't think he's using that right.
And a bunch of people who were colluding with Destiny and were covering up for him actively are now attacking Destiny foot soldiers, DGG foot soldiers, quote unquote, as if they themselves were not leading the defense. We're going to talk about some of those people. But the long story short is that whenever people say, how dare you talk about this?
Wait, Tom Fockery is still defending Destiny? Oh my god, of course. Of course, Destiny gave that guy everything, so why not?
You're outing the victims against their wishes. They were outed against their wishes the moment Solo Tiny Leaks leaked those images and videos. They were outed the moment that was talked about on Twitter. They were outed the moment it became a necessary thing to silence multiple people because everybody knew, random people knew. And let me tell you something. Even the information that I had concerning the conversation between Kyla and Pixie was everywhere. When I had my call with Nick DeOrio, when he called me, because this is what happened. I made my video criticizing Nick DeOrio, Tom,
I feel like
Turkey Tom.
we should start calling him Nicky D. Oreo, like Monkey D. Luffy.
Not Chud Logic. I'm actually going to talk about Chud Logic too. I think he actually weirdly did the right thing in this case. We'll talk about that.
Of course, because you're still kissing his ass, right?
And Nick DeOrio, Chud Logic, Turkey Tom, and Augie. I guess that was all of them, yeah. I did my video covering them having a conversation and sweeping pretty aggressively for Destiny. Someone sent that to Nick, apparently. So he gave me a DM. And the DM went like, hey, someone sent me this video. Probably have some harsh words for me in there. Just want to talk and clear up my side of this. You know, it's a minefield and whatnot. It's like, okay, sure. I was starting to get really sick at that point, so the call was deferred by a couple days. I think. So 1 or 2 days, I can't remember. So we had the call. And I've seen this guy sweeping for Destiny in that call, in the video that he's calling me about. So I pop on record. One party consent state, baby. Yeah. All right. He did it too, as it turns out. But we have a conversation, okay?
No, I don't even know if I don't even think that's a username, Bvon. I think Nick Diorio is just his name.
And in that conversation, I had the Kyla and Pixie talk at the ready. Because I wanted to show him that, look, you have doubts. You have doubts about what's going on with this, according to you. Let me show you proof. Let me show you proof that there is a thing being settled. But we didn't get to that point, because he already had it. I went to go talk to Beckett, and Beckett already had it. I went to talk to Chud, and Chud Logic already had it. I called my editor. Hey, we're going to do a project. You want to talk about... He already had it. This had gone everywhere. Everyone had it. I learned from Nick Diorio that at the time of that call with Chud Logic, in which they were sweeping for Destiny and blaming Melina, or casting aspersions on Melina's trustworthiness, or calling people or telling people that they're being paranoid like Mr. Girl when they talk about how Destiny's audience pressures people into being silent about stuff like this. And they all knew about this. Tom had it. Augie had it. They all had it then. They all knew for a certainty. The argument is that you increase the awareness of the existence of those indecent images with that vid. That doesn't make any sense. Those images reached far more than 80,000 people. That's silly. I'm sorry, that's silly. 100,000 viewed channels saw that on day one and tweeted about it. That's silly.
Yeah, I mean, Snow, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that, you know, calling people sweepers. I mean, to me, I feel like the actual orbiters probably have more culpability, but you know, I can see the frustration at this being kind of an open secret among streamers, and yet nobody coming forward with this in a way to bring this to public attention. As Nicholas said, this is a community interest, or this is a community-wide story.
The thing, if this was like
not just a, you know,
if this was given to me in private and I was the only one who would, I knew that I saw it, I wouldn't publish it. Which is again why I didn't publish the Kyla and Pixie talk, which I had for a while. Had that for a little while. So, are you denying the story isn't bigger now? No. It's significantly bigger, because up until now, it was every single content creator in Destiny's orbit knew what he had done and were covering for it. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry they're now forced. Moving on. Everybody had it. I had a conversation with Nick, and we agree in that conversation, so bigger. He even asked that, like, how is this not bigger? That doesn't make any sense. But this is swirling around now. This is going to happen. I talked to Becca. We have a similar conversation. And we determined this is going to happen. Here's what matters. It happens in a way that it's not some right-winger, say, as an example. There's many ways it could happen. But as one example, it happens in a way in which it's not some right-winger coming out and attacking the women surrounding Destiny, for example. Okay? And it can't be attacking Destiny either. Not explicitly, because we're not concerned about torching someone's reputation who's already very bad. We are looking at explaining the machine. Explaining the relationship. Do I know warning to Pixie? You should ask Nick Diorio that, actually. That's an interesting question. But in answer to your question, why I didn't get...
What? What's he blaming on Nick?
Relationship. Do I know warning to Pixie? You should ask Nick Diorio that, actually. That's an interesting question.
Why no warning? Oh, okay. So he's saying the chatter's like, you should have warned Pixie, and Sunday's like, well, Nick knew as well. I mean, Nick did know at the last minute, right before it came out.
But in answer to your question, why I didn't give a warning to Pixie, doesn't make any sense to. Her involvement in all this was very publicly known. Very publicly known. That ship has sailed. But B, Pixie seems to think that Kyla is her friend, which means to warn Pixie is to give Destiny the heads up. And a major component of this is not giving Destiny the drop of what we're doing. So that's it. So if you have an issue with that, if it is your preference, just to be blunt, if it is your preference that Destiny continue to abuse women and leak their nudes and to intimidate and otherwise be a very bad person to a lot of women and potentially ruin their lives over that video, that is a telling judgment. Okay? We're going to get to Nick, though. We're going to get to Nick shortly. Okay? So that's out of the way. I'm sorry. This was public already. The people who are claiming it wasn't public already were doing so for a very specific reason. They were doing so that they could cover up what Destiny was doing, or have plausible deniability in the event that something broke down and it wasn't clear who fell. It wasn't clear that Destiny's career was over. It wasn't clear if Destiny was going to be seen as guilty or whatever. Make sense? So that's it. DGG doing some actual mental gymnastics now. We'll talk about that in a second. I want to be clear here as well. I've seen a lot of comments to the effect of, and you've probably seen them as well. I don't have one to hand, but you've probably seen tweets like this. Look, what Destiny did is really bad. It's really bad, okay? But Trump's in office, and his message is too important. He's too important to the left. We need Destiny.
We can't lose this guy.
So
he's our edgy boy messiah. It's the same shit, the same argument people made about Vosh.
Whatever else he's done, we gotta pull together. There's a bigger evil. We'll talk about that in a little bit. These people are deluded. They're not hateful. They are deluded. They've been sold on a lie, and they bought it. For a couple of reasons. Often they're very young, or they're very weak-minded, or they're very socially isolated, and they don't have a robust network of people, and so they have a tremendous amount of really soft, organic, social things pressuring them into agreeing with a particular group of people. Whatever. But, how do I want to say this? But look, here's the deal, okay? And this is talking to those people now. Has anyone seen Donnie Darko? Old movie. There's like I'm a little bit fuzzy on this, but there's like a mega pastor or something, some like celebrity preacher guy, and he's outed for having child pornography. And when he's outed for having child pornography, a whole lot of his followers are really deeply upset. They're deeply emotionally invested in this man, right? And there's a scene where, I think she's actually the teacher, the school teacher. She goes to the house of Donnie Darko's mother. I don't know why I wouldn't just say Donnie Darko's house. Goes to Donnie Darko's house. His mother opens the door. And she has like a petition, like, please, this great man is being attacked by his enemies. It's a horrible lie. She can't take it. She can't handle the truth. She thinks he's important. She thinks he's a pillar holding up an important part of the world. Is she motivated by hatred and contempt towards this man's victims? No. She's convinced herself that they don't exist. By the way, it's a disgusting thing to do. Filthy, disgusting, shameful position to have. Normal people, from the best to the worst, all think you're scum. But, I want to be clear, I don't. I think you're delusional. I think you're delusional. I think you're victims of social abuse.
Wait, now I think this is him addressing the DGGers in chat, which I feel like I don't really get. Sunday gets the DGGers. Where are we at? Nicholas Diorio. Oh, I guess he doesn't have a separate. There's not like a separate section. Before he gets to Erudite. Obviously, he's not gonna have a lot of nice things to say about Erudite.
This is where Vosh comes in. People like Destiny and Vosh frame their cults of personality around this notion. We gotta beat them. We gotta beat the right. We gotta fight for progressive values. In the marketplace of ideas. And everybody gets really riled up and really excited about that. And people get financially invested as well. People build platforms. It's like with Christian apologetics. Like a whole lot of people, they're really invested. They really care. It really matters to them that God exists, that they're confident about that they can spread the word, and so on and so forth. And so people start building channels, arguing about this stuff, and they really believe it. And then as a consequence of building these channels, they become financially and socially enmeshed. And now...
I mean, you're talking about a clout network, Sunday, and you were arguably, at least tangential to one at one point.
Questions of philosophy, say, or of belief, or of history, whatever you like, stuff that's sort of germane to that area. Those are now, how you respond to those is now inflected by, if you lose this debate and you acknowledge that you lost, your entire way of life is over. It's gone. Same with these people. These people have put a tremendous amount of effort and money into this notion that Destiny, Vosh, I don't know, Hasan even, I don't know if Hasan does this as much, I don't really watch him that much. In fact, I have to say, in light of all of this stuff, my critique...
Yeah, Hasan comes out looking pretty fucking clean.
Of Hasan in the past, he's not looking too bad, honestly. But I digress. These people are the spearhead of a movement to actually change politics in their country. This stuff really matters. The part they miss is that the conditions of growth in this environment, in this medium, is not being politically efficacious. It's not being honest. It's not being well researched. It's not being intelligent. It's not being clever. It's about appealing to particular social impulses and desires on the part of particular audiences, and often on the part of audiences that are directly opposed to you and in a way that does not actually change their minds. For example, a major part of Destiny's success has been not being a progressive, but being a progressive who provides an entryway for right-wingers, say as an example, to gain access to a large audience that they wouldn't have otherwise. Chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes. Why is Nick wasting his time having chicken and waffles with Destiny? Well, I'm sure the chicken and waffles are good, but that's not the reason. The main reason why is because this is an opportunity for him to look really hip and cool in front of Destiny's very large audience. For Destiny, this is an opportunity to look really hip and cool to Nick Fuentes' large audience. They get to expand their reach. Not their influence, their reach, and that's different. Because what do people do when they come under their influence, when they go into that channel?
I mean, I don't know. Is there hall sucking sound now? I know at some point in this VOD there is.
Do they go out and do activism?
I was complaining about this the other day, but I feel like I was mean to Sunday. It's not his fault. Chat, a halls is just shaped in such a way that it's going to make a louder noise than like any other cough drop. It's got an unnecessarily large divot in the middle of it, and for that reason, you're just not going to avoid the tongue sucking sound.
Do they start researching like politics to go out there and start, voting in their city councils and so? No. They sit down at their computers and they look at the screen and they watch Steven eating and clicking and swearing and talking about his sexual scandal of the day. And when he's not doing that, they're looking at other creators. Who did a stupid thing? Who's embarrassing now? Who had an indiscretion? Who looked dumb? Who slurred their words? Who who said something rude on in private and
Who slurped her noodles when she was eating them on stream? Oh no, child, it was me.
didn't realize they were on camera, and so on and so forth. And so you have, relatively speaking,
Be canceled for slurping noodles.
certainly compared to my channel, a very large pool of people that are now dedicating all of their time and energy just looking at each other. Not people out there who vastly outnumber them, just each other. The tiny, infinitesimal population of people who pay attention to this corner of the internet, they're all hyperfixated here. They're not doing anything, they're just looking. And so the ultimate upshot of this, just to be clear, for anybody who is under the impression that by defending Destiny, you are defending any bulwark against Trump, Destiny's grand contribution to politics is this. He has taken thousands upon thousands of people who could have potentially done anything and wasted a tremendous amount of their time and energy.
Yeah, and as far as Steven himself as an interlocutor, I mean, what has he done? Given huge dubs to Republicans by exemplifying the violent leftist rhetoric that they said existed, that for the most part does not exist, but he kind of gave life to, and losing his shit on Pierce Morgan. Right? This is what Destiny's done versus right wingers. I think he's given more ground than he's taken.
That is it. Vosh, same thing. That is it. He has wasted your time. That's all you've done, is you've looked at a screen, you've laughed at other people who look at a screen and only people who look at a screen, and nobody else cares. Nobody gives a shit. Progressive Victory. You think they pick where they canvass based on what's going to actually affect the outcome of an election the most? No, they pick where they think they're gonna win, so that afterwards they can say, "Hey, look, we did a thing. We're important. Look, we're serious now." Destiny does it so he can go sleep with his orbiters. But leaving that aside, this is not about politics. Just to be clear, this is 100% about audience capture. This is 100%
I feel like it's about narcissism. I feel like it's always been about narcissism. And yes, this project of like the success of Destiny is some stand-in for the lack of success the electoral left has had. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's a consolation prize. Oh, don't worry. You're part of this community and you're getting this guy so big that he can go on the Red Pill podcast and he can challenge the incel beliefs that they have and all the rest, chat. I don't know. Look, it's late. I've watched as much of this Destiny with you as I could. We're at 35% on the dono goal. Does not seem like we're likely to hit it tonight, but there's always tomorrow, chat. There's always tomorrow. And I'll be back tomorrow. Saving for any inability to be here because of ISP or whatever. Knock on wood to say that, because, like, right, it's been good tonight. But I'll see you again later. If you're on Twitch, I'm rating you into US A-hole. Go say hi to them for me. They are really cool, and you'll enjoy their stream. For the rest of you, yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow. I'm sorry I couldn't stay up later to finish all of the President Sunday content, but if it's important, we'll hit it later. I'll try to keep a mental note on what we haven't hit. Maybe we can move on to something that's not Destiny related tomorrow. I don't know, chat. Maybe we'll get the Ethan Klein hit piece sometime soon. Anyway, I've got to go to sleep. Much love. Take care of yourselves and each other. Oh wait, let me just fuck, I always forget to do this. Let me thank my patrons. I really do appreciate you all for supporting me monthly. Everybody that's a patron of mine, you get my videos before they come out. You get them with all the cuss words. Everybody at the $5 level or above, you also get a fancy shout out. So let me do that now. Shouts out to Orlis Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shax VA. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Ma Goggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shouts out to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, and with that, I bid you a good night, and I bid you adieu. Fly, my